already has expired.
Oh, it's expired. I'm so sorry. I thought I had 50 seconds left. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And I'm going to deviate a little bit from my written remarks, much to the chagrin of my staff, but I feel it needs to be addressed right from the very beginning. The simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims. They're terrorizing Christians. And they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria, believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000, mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, and President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, religion is extremist religious ideology is of course a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 exactly. When 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within the Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the Intel Committee. And I serve as vice chair of the Committee of Financial Services. This is where many of those sanctions originate and the enforcement. And I will say this, sanctions are only as good as your willingness to enforce them. And as the chairman has pointed out, there are ways to get out of those sanctions. And that's through correct your behavior. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the letter. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you, Ranking Member Jacobs, and the distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for convening this critical hearing. The crisis in Nigeria demands our clear-eyed attention, not political exploitation. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists that have taken the time to come before us today. Thank you for your work on Africa on the ground, and at least one of you brings that experience. However, I must express my shock and, if you will, a bit of outrage that we are not putting into these top positions people who are directly from and represent the culture and the lived experiences of the African people. Currently, we still have unfulfilled positions that are very important, which demonstrates this administration's lack of sincerity towards moving us towards more dialogue as opposed to destruction. The Assistant Secretary for African Affairs has not been appointed or even nominated. The Senior Director for Africa at the NSC has not been appointed or directed for Middle East and African affairs. I've had the honor of traveling to Nigeria now for 4 decades and meeting with Nigerians in the diaspora for decades as well. They are unequivocally some of the most tolerant, productive, and loving people that you will ever meet. We are speaking today about a nation of extraordinary promise and complexity, a country of nearly 240 million people, home to 250 ethnic groups and 2 major religions, Christianity and Islam, that have coexisted and built a society together for generations. The idea that this nation is simply engaged in a one-sided religious war, I believe, is a dangerous fiction. The current government, led by President Tinubu, a Muslim married to an ordained Christian minister, reflects this complexity. Out of the 9 top security chiefs, 5 are Christians, including the Chief of Defense Staff and the head of the Air Force. Nigeria is a diverse, complex democracy, and we must treat it as such. The suffering in Nigeria is immense. The insecurity is a major issue for all Nigerians. We must stand firmly with every victim and survivor. Violence against any person of faith is unacceptable. With approximately 8,000 civilians of all faiths killed so far this year, the pain felt by Christians and Muslim communities alike deserve our compassion and, again, not our exploitation. The truth is that Nigeria's wave of violence stems from a complex mix of ethnic, economic, external, and religious tensions. Boko Haram and other extremist groups have killed both Christians and Muslims indiscriminately. Communities across Nigeria, from farmers in Plateau State to herders in the north, have suffered unspeakable, staggering losses. To simplify this tragedy by calling it solely a Christian genocide, I believe ignores the full, difficult truth and the suffering of all Nigerians. Therefore, the answer, I believe, is not and will never be American bombs or boots on the ground. We have not given diplomacy an exhaustive chance. I have previously denounced the threat to deploy U.S. troops to Nigeria, calling it a dangerous overreach that risks reigniting colonial-era patterns of intervention on the African continent. We cannot allow the sudden interest in Nigeria's internal conflict to be a pretext for military action when this same impulse was absent in the Sudan, in the DRC, or the Central African Republic. Furthermore, we must address the sheer hypocrisy of a military-first approach when non-military support has been repeatedly undermined. As the New York Times' Nicholas Kristof has rightly stated, Trump aid cuts kill more Christians than jihadists. Deep cuts to the USAID program and global food and health programs have severely limited America's ability to provide the kind of non-military support that was estimated to be saving the lives of more than 250,000 Nigerians each year. When you defund USAID and shut down peace-building initiatives, you leave communities vulnerable. You don't stabilize Africa with missiles. You stabilize it with schools, with clean water, with economic opportunity, with true partnership. The path to peace in Nigeria must come through dialogue, development, and dignity, not denomination. America should be a partner in healing, not a hammer looking for a nail. I urge this subcommittee to prioritize a diplomacy-first approach, fully fund our humanitarian aid and peace-building initiatives, and work with the Nigerian government to eliminate terrorist, criminal groups, securing a safer and more stable future for all Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the testimony. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Oh, Mr. Fine. Chair recognizes Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to participate today. You know, as I thought about what I would talk about today, I thought of a flag that I saw flown on October 7th, 2023. It said, "First we come for the Saturday people, tomorrow we come for the Sunday people." And as we have this hearing today, I ask myself, how many countries are we going to allow this to happen in until we take it seriously? On October 7th, 2023, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Jews. A few months ago, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Druze in Syria. And here we are talking today about another group of people yelling Allahu Akbar trying to genocide Christians. How many countries are we going to have this happen to? How often are we going to allow this to be whitewashed and both siderists until we acknowledge that we have a serious problem that we have out there? You know, I want to thank President Trump for doing this. Joe Biden never should have done it. And my question when I get to it will be, why do you think he did? Why do you think he took them off the list? But I want to thank President Trump for taking a leadership role, because we must stomp out this evil wherever it presents itself. I want to thank the chairman for choosing to have a hearing on this. And I want to thank my colleague, my fellow freshman, Representative Moore, for also raising the profile of this issue around the world. It is easy for me to criticize this when it happens in Israel and when it happens with the Jews, given who I am. But it is important that we call out evil wherever it is. And I am sick and tired of the fetishism and the whitewashing of the problem. This is a real problem that we have to acknowledge. In a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this hearing. Africa is an area of particular concern to myself, a person who's been deployed there a couple times on Marine Expeditionary Units, seen some horrible things. It was interesting to me when one of the caucuses here in this august House claimed that President Bush waited too long to go into a certain country to secure the capital of Liberia after a presidential exile because he didn't give a damn about Africans. Meanwhile, we stood by during the Clinton administration in '94 when I was in Entebbe, Uganda, waiting to go into Rwanda, while about 1 million people were killed in very similar fashion to what's happening right now. People being hacked to death with machetes. I've seen some very graphic things of what's going on right now. People literally being dismembered by machetes. People digging their own graves and literally being just summarily executed. And yet the right thing to do is to continue with the diplomacy that's resulted in this all along to take them off the CPC. And this idea that this ever went away is ridiculous. We're right now considering selling arms to them, one of the most advanced attack helicopters, the AH-1 Whiskey, the Viper, or it's a Zulu. I'm very concerned with how that's going to be deployed and against whom. We've seen the integration of very, very radical people inside of the government agencies themselves. And we've seen this in Afghanistan. When I was in Afghanistan, we saw the same thing, where the bad actors actually get inside of the government agencies and turn upon their own people. Very concerning. We saw Tigran Gambarian, one of my constituents, taken hostage by the Nigerian government and held hostage for several months because of some business dispute they had with somebody in America. Bad acting on the Nigerian government's behalf. Now, you talked about, I'm going to quote you on high-level things, Mr. McGee, high-level meetings, what the next step would be, a lot more. But I'm asking for specifics at this point because I've never seen generalities ever result in anything that's been of consequence. What can we do on the by an international community, whether it be from the transnation in Africa or through the international community, through the UN, which I've seen be highly ineffective in the past, but what can we do of quantity and quality that's actually going to make a difference in Africa, because we haven't been doing it. What specifically, not generalities? Can you give me those answers between the two of you?
Sir, just a clarification, please. Across all of Africa or specifically in
Specifically in Nigeria, but all of Africa can actually contribute to solving this problem. We can use several countries to help us out with this. We don't have to be the only force to be.
Development and commercial investment in the continent can yield the best dividends, which is one of the reasons why this administration has focused so heavily on our commercial strategy in Africa. We rewrote the strategy and we've focused very heavily on delivering U.S. companies to the continent because we believe that they offer the best in terms of quality and can bring the most development. And it also delivers for the United States. We've focused very heavily on security, and AFRICOM has engaged heavily across the continent, so security is very important. Law enforcement is a very important piece of that as well. And so I'd say, as you look across the continent, the number one priority that I would place, because it lifts all boats, is the economic piece, and I'd focus on commercial.
So the AFRICOM commander is a Marine, four-star, good friend of mine, and I understand what his limitations have been. You know, obviously, we don't want to be, if you're not invited into a country, it makes it much more difficult. I've seen the leverage we have economically, but I'm worried also about pushing them into Chinese arms, which they're ready and waiting to pilfer that country and its resources. What about how we deal with the international community coming in there and stabilizing it in a military fashion so that we can actually stop the violence? Because it doesn't seem like the government's being effective in that at all.
The new AFRICOM commander, General Anderson, it's good to hear that he's a colleague of yours, is highly capable, as you know, Special Forces. He's brought a lot of focus to the continent and how he would like to work with African governments, including Nigeria, on sharing information and on achieving better outcomes on the security side of the equation. And so he's been very, very engaged, and I believe will achieve results in terms of security on the continent.
Okay. I'm just going to once again get back to the senator point that wasn't really addressed, but I hope is addressed. Yes, we need that financial leverage on them, and I think they will pay attention to that. We have their attention, but it's not finishing the race. We need to bring the international community on board to solve this in very tangible assets because the violence is real. It's not stopping, and Nigeria does not seem to be taking this seriously. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCormick. Mr. Oshatsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member Jacobs, to all our witnesses. Ambassador Pratt, thank you for your many years of service to our country. I'll just open by saying I am a man of deep faith. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I have no problem sharing that. I am also troubled by the state of religious freedom in Nigeria and around the world. So I want to be clear up front, violence against Christians in Nigeria is a serious issue. Christians are being massacred and communities are living in constant fear. But this suffering is not just confined to one religious group. Masad Boulos, President Trump's own senior advisor for Africa, recently said, quote, "People are suffering from all sorts of backgrounds. This is not specifically targeted at one group or other. Terrorism has no color and no religion and no tribe." President Trump's own senior advisor. Muslims and Christians alike have lived under the constant threat of extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa for far too long. And so the real story here for me is not about Nigeria's intent at the institutional level to persecute people based on faith. Instead, it's really an issue of capacity. The Nigerian government lacks the means to protect communities against groups that kill indiscriminately. To be clear, this does not abdicate the Nigerian government from responsibility. A government's duty is to protect its people, and when there's a failure to do so, whether that's neglect or corruption or governance, leaders must be held accountable. But capacity within Nigerian institutions maintain peace is a real question, and we should be asking what the U.S. is doing to help Nigeria build that capacity. Are we offering real partnerships or just threatening airstrikes and sanctions? Or instead, are we thinking about technical support, training, and investment in the institutions that prevent violence in the first place? So let's work together to fix what is broken. And I appreciate the ranking member for opening up this hearing with additional support options. And I want to thank, again, the chairman for convening this. On the issue of capacity, Ambassador Pratt, you've said that Nigeria needs to do more. If they don't have the capacity to do more, we should help with that. And so I want to know, I guess my question there is, does the State Department assess that the Nigerian government has the capacity to protect Christians and other religious groups from extremist violence?
Nigeria is a very wealthy country, very populous country. We believe that this is a question of focus. There is a security problem in Nigeria, a very serious one, that we are trying to help the country address. And we have brought tools to the table in terms of U.S. programs and assistance. In particular, on the issue we're discussing today, we would like to see more focus on that particular issue, in addition to addressing the larger security question that you referred to.
Okay, I look forward to working with you on that. One other issue that's important to me is youth and youth development. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom's 2025 annual report recommended broad support for Nigerian civil society organizations. The U.S. has historically done that. A State Department-funded program in northeast Nigeria called Nigerian Youth Care brought together Christian and Muslim youth leaders to promote dialogue between those two communities. These programs divided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious divides. Unfortunately, that program was disrupted for months because of stop work orders, and the State Department did not grant the implementer an extension of the project at the end of the fiscal year. To either the ambassador or Mr. McGee, can you explain why this project did not receive a no-cost extension at the end of the year? And would you recommend to the Secretary to reinstitute this program to reduce violence and promote that interfaith dialogue?
Thank you for your question, Representative. As I said earlier, the United States is by far the most generous country with our foreign aid, and we plan to still be the most generous country with our foreign aid, as Secretary Rubio has said. So some programming you mentioned, we actually have ongoing programming in my bureau that leads to early warning, early response systems that also includes dialogue between religious communities. As many members have stated, this is a complex problem. It's not one that can be addressed with one neat solution. There are, of course, like every human action, multiple drivers of this persecution, and there are multiple communities being affected, not just Christians, as you mentioned. Yeah. But we must tell the truth. That begins an honest relationship with the Nigerians is to tell them that a lot of this violence is driven by religion, religious persecution, religious extremist ideology. And so in terms of programming, we're committed to the programming that we have on the ground that is effective. It's saving lives, and we are reviewing every foreign assistance dollar at the State Department to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used effectively and actually helps people on the ground.
That's great. I thank you both for your time and your testimony today. I look forward to following up on those programs with you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I'd like to now recognize Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for convening this hearing. And I just want to recognize real quick the tremendous impact that Chairman Smith has had in this realm of human rights, Christian persecution over the decades. I'm a former staff member, actually, of this committee. I worked on this committee when Chairman Smith was on this committee. He had a very large impact on me as a staff member, and to come full circle back around to be on a hearing on such an issue that was really inspired by Chairman Smith's work here when I was a staff member. Thank you for that. And but I think one of the things that's, and I would say disheartening in this, hearing some of the media reporting and frankly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais here, is this misdirection of what is happening. There is a persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The witnesses have made that clear. We heard the bishop speak. I don't know how many times we have to hear it or how many reports of martyred Christians, my brothers and sisters in Christ in Nigeria, how many times we have to hear that happen to take it seriously. And one of the things that concerns me is that it feels like at times it's echoing an indifference around this, and somehow we're going to develop our way out of it through developmental programs, and this indifference sounds like echoes of Rwanda to me, where we did nothing on that. And I think, as you remember quite clearly, President Clinton has stated that as one of his largest failures in his administration. President Trump has made a definitive decision to actively engage and stop the killing in Nigeria, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. You all have used a word that I think is very apt in this, and this is prioritization. And as Chairman Smith put it perfectly in his opening statement of this hearing when he spoke with the senior officials of the Nigerian government, is that we do want to work with them. We have the opportunity here. I think the Nigerians have an opportunity to deepen and strengthen their relationship with the United States if they will prioritize the protection of these communities. Of course, non-Christians are being killed too. We're not saying that's not happening, but there is a systematic, targeted campaign that's happening here. I met with that same delegation, same as Chairman Smith did, and some of the feedback we were getting is a little bit of that same misdirection. But let's not turn a blind eye to what's happening. Let's not believe our lying eyes, right? One thing I'd want to point out here is we've had religious organizations and advocacy groups have been calling for humanitarian assistance in the Middle Belt region. And my understanding is that the Tinubu administration has not specifically requested it. That's why it's not there. They just have to ask for it, and our State Department will then provide that assistance to those organizations on the ground. That is a perfect example of prioritization and indifference to what is happening here. So that would be a great, to use your department's term, confidence building measure on the part of the Tinubu government in this, if they are serious about this. Because I can promise you President Trump is. He is very serious about this. A question that I have for you is, the Nigerian Constitution prohibits the ownership of firearms. But somehow, these Fulani militants operating in the Middle Belt of region of the country, they're all armed. And we're not talking about ISIS, we're not talking about Boko Haram. Why hasn't there been some type of move or campaign by the Nigerian government to disarm these militants that are operating there, where we're seeing a lot of this killing that is coming from them? They have access to AK-47s and other small arms to slaughter Christians. Is this something that you've been talking to the Nigerian government about? Because I think it would actually have a serious impact, and it is something that I raised with the Nigerian government officials when we met with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and thank you also for your service on this task force that will be providing recommendations in your meetings with the Nigerian officials. Appreciate that. I think that this is an excellent suggestion as part of the strategy that we are putting together, in particular to talk about the policing aspect of this and what is happening in the Middle Belt, so that we can focus resources and have specific recommendations on actions that the Nigerian government can take. I very much appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah, it just seems to make all the sense in the world to me. It's like, here we are. I mean, I understand we're not going to get like ISIS to lay their arms down. That's probably more of a kinetic option there that's going to result in their arms no longer being brought up in anger against Christians. But in any event, this seems to be something that, obviously, I'm not saying it's easy, but it is something that they should be doing, they should be looking at. And while I got just a couple seconds left, I would urge the Nigerian government to take a look at pardoning Sunday Jackson, who is an individual who was fighting for his own life, defending his life against one of these Fulani militants. That Fulani militant lost his life in that struggle, and now that person, Sunday Jackson, is facing the death penalty. Now, where's the justice in that? Where is the justice in that? And all these Fulani militants are breaking the law. They are breaking Nigerian law. And so Sunday Jackson disarms this person with a knife, protects his own life. He's going to prison and now faces the death penalty. And Fulani militants just roaming bands of them with AK-47s, and that's no problem. You are so right about this question of prioritization. I know I'm over time, Mr. Chairman, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you
Yield
so
back.
much, Mr. Bohr, for your leadership, and do appreciate it very much. Mr. Stutzman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on not only this issue, but so many other issues related to life and to religious freedom. I want to thank the ranking chairman as well, and appreciate the witnesses for being here. You know, before I begin, I just think it's really important to recognize that, you know, what is happening in Nigeria, it's not unique, and that's why religious freedom really matters. It's the core foundation of our Constitution. I mean, I would argue that you can't have economic freedom if you don't have religious freedom. I've been doing some work with the new administration and the changes that are happening in the Middle East and Syria. And, you know, Syria is a very diverse country, and it's so critical for them to have religious freedom, and respect goes both ways. And I think it's really important, and I think could have a huge impact if Christians and Muslims and Jews and, you know, name all of the religions, if we would all stand together and condemn violence, condemn this sort of violence that's happening in Nigeria, condemn the violence that's happening in Soweto in Syria against the Druze and against the Christians and against those that, you know, would push back. I appreciate President Trump, who I believe is the strongest diplomat, he's the strongest negotiator, and especially when it comes to religious freedom. He's been willing to call it out around the world. And so we have this opportunity as Americans to really push the importance of respecting religious freedom and it really being part of the fabric of every country. It's also important for us here at home. I mean, you know, not only is religious freedom important around the world, but it's really important for us here at home. I mean, the last thing we want to see is threats to religious liberty in the United States. We need to be the example, and rather than just looking at others. I mean, we have, of course, a very strong, diverse nation as well. One of the things I want to ask and get to is we talked a lot about the tools that the administration has. Senator Cruz and I introduced legislation that would redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And again, of course, very disappointed to see that was revoked during the Biden administration and the steps back that has caused there. I want to ask, Daniel Ada is from Benin. He's as a candidate for president. I just visited with him. He's a friend of mine. I was asking him, since Benin is right next door to Nigeria, what are we seeing in the surrounding areas? Are we seeing some of the same attacks and atrocities in other countries? And is there any sort of coalition? I know the Nigerian government is acting like this isn't happening, but is there any sort of coalition being led by us or within the region to fight back and to push back? You know, I appreciate Mr. Moore's comments about disarming the jihadists and those who are attacking, but is there any discussion about arming the innocent as well, as in making sure that they have the ability to defend themselves with their local law enforcement and is local law enforcement working for them? So a couple of questions in there, but I'd be happy to hear from either one of you.
Thank you, Representative. The security problems, very, very serious ones that exist across the littoral states of Africa are common and are shared, especially in the north, as we see more and more terrorist insurgent action. And so this is a shared problem. We at the State Department, but especially the Department of War and AFRICOM, have focused very heavily on sharing intelligence and trying to create the type of cooperation that you referred to between those countries, so that they're sharing information, using best practices, sharing intelligence with each other to be more effective. In terms of the particular problem that we are discussing today, this targeted attacks against Christians, it is most acute in the middle belt of Nigeria.
One of the things that we know in the Middle East is looking at the curriculums that are taught in schools, and especially some of the curriculum that we saw that was being taught in Gaza to the young children about killing a Jewish soldier is something worthy of. I mean, do we see this sort of education system at all in these countries? Because what are the young people learning? Are they learning to be pursuing peace and prosperity? Or are they also being taught anywhere in these schools some sort of jihadist activity is worthy of accomplishing?
Refer to my colleague from DRL as well, since they publish reports on this that cover some of these issues.
Sure. So you'll see in our human rights reports where we call out human rights violations across countries around the world. In terms of Nigeria's curriculum in particular, I don't have that information right in front of me, but we're happy to report back to you on the committee.
Sure. No, that's fine. I appreciate you both, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing.
Thank you for your questions and comments. We are joined by the former chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, who is now over at the Energy and Commerce Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question: how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week, and we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan, and I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yelwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned in our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you so very much, Chairman James, and thank you again for your great service. I'd like to, between the ranking member and I, we're both going to ask one more question and then go to our next panel. I would like to yield mine to my good friend, Mr. Huizenga, who asked a very serious question about the IDPs in Benue, and if there's any answer that you wanted to give and the tyranny of the clock precluded that, please feel free to do so, and then I'll yield to my friend and colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you yielding to me, and I think you saw my passion on this earlier, but there are serious issues, and part of that interview from Arise TV, one of the other questions to me was, well, doesn't the CPC damage Nigeria economically in a way that is going to disincentivize economic growth and foreign companies coming into the country? And my answer to them was actually, I think the current state of violence is as much a deterrent of a foreign company or a U.S. company coming into Nigeria. And I know the goal of the CPC is to correct behavior, but could you explain a little bit exactly what you would expect to see out of a CPC and what sort of changes it might bring? And then I want to address the 1.4 million who are considered the internally displaced people, IDPs, in Benue, and what the game plan would be to provide the IDPs in Benue and Taraba, what sort of assistance they can depend on from the U.S.
Thank you very much, Representative. This CPC designation, we hope, will focus the energy of the government of Nigeria, as well as our own government here, on all of the tools that we have available. And so by setting up this task force that I referred to and looking at all of the types of assistance that we can bring to bear, but more importantly, what the government of Nigeria can do to own this problem and improve security for all Nigerians, but in particular, tackle this problem that we're talking about.
But they have to admit there's a problem first, right? Okay, and I think that's been one of my concerns is I have not seen an actual admission to this being a problem. It's been given excuses and veneers of a lot of other issues that get parroted both here and in the media. Can you talk about the displaced persons and the help that they could be expecting?
On displaced persons, we do have programs that address this, and we want to make that part of the action plan that we are working on. My colleague from DRL may want to provide more in particular on IDPs.
Sure. As Ambassador Pratt just mentioned, the State Department is reviewing options to help IDPs. You mentioned what actions we want to see from the Nigerian government. That includes, as we've mentioned here several times, prosecutions of perpetrators.
Amen.
That includes reduced violence in the Middle Belt. And that includes
Against all.
against
right?
all. Exactly.
Christians, moderate Muslims, anybody who is not being targeted, right?
Exactly right. So the Trump administration stands firmly for the principle that religious freedom is for all religious communities and those who don't practice a faith. It is a per se good, and we're committed to helping protect communities all around the world who are experiencing religious persecution, not just in Nigeria, not just Christians. At the end of the day, we want the number to be 0 in Nigeria. We don't want any religious persecution to happen. We don't want it to just be a reduction in violence. We want there to be 0 people who are murdered because of their faith.
Amen to that. Corruption continues to undermine Nigeria's institutions, including those tasked with protecting civilians sometimes. I've heard from some of these instances and conversations I've had with religious leaders in Nigeria who don't feel that the Nigerian government is equipped to respond to the crisis. How does corruption within the security forces hinder the government's ability to prevent and respond effectively to religiously motivated violence?
I mean, corruption is a major problem globally and in Africa and in Nigeria. I think that it erodes capability, right? It erodes the confidence of the forces, especially at the working level, if they see that their superiors are engaged in corruption. That totally undermines the whole enterprise.
And I assume that that is part of State Department's and this administration's action plan that they want to see out of the Nigerian government.
Absolutely.
The Tinubu government is a crackdown on corruption.
To be more effective, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Time has expired. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Apple.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Jacobs, for yielding. I think this has actually been a good discussion on this committee and an important one around what strategy we use to eliminate violence against any community. And I think the issue for me is that if you define the problem as people being attacked only because of their religion, that would lead you to one set of solutions. If you define the problem as people being attacked for other reasons, it would lead you to a different set of conclusions and strategies. And I think, Ambassador Pratt, I resonated when you said we have lots of tools in the toolbox. One of those tools is just around the kind of assistance we give to efforts that are cross-faith, interfaith, cross-cultural, building the kinds of ties that we need to build. Because I think this is not a religious oppression Olympics. We're not trying to say one religion is worse oppressed than another. We're saying, how do we get to that ending point that we all agree on, that there shouldn't be violence against any of these communities? And so I guess I want to ask you about programming that specifically promotes interfaith or cross-cultural dialogue. The foreign assistance review that was conducted earlier this year actually this administration cut many of those types of programs, and there are suggestions that there's going to be even more cuts that focus on these kinds of programs. One of the ones I was looking at very carefully that I know is Nigerian Youth Care, and that's one that provided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious and cultural divides. Given the administration's concerns about religious conflict and some of the shared goals we've articulated, can you explain why that contract was canceled?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So there is ongoing programming in Nigeria that addresses some of the issues that you've raised. Our early warning, early response programs, for instance, also have kind of an interfaith dialogue built into them. We've seen great success from people who have experienced the program, saying that they have increased, they've seen greater tolerance amongst their communities, et cetera, et cetera. So we have effective programming. Broadly, in terms of foreign assistance, the Trump administration is reviewing every foreign assistance dollar, not to cut, but to make it more effective. We've reprioritized, we've reshaped foreign assistance in a way not to eliminate foreign assistance, but to make it more strategic. The United States has been the most generous partner around the world of any country for foreign assistance. Secretary Rubio has said we will continue to be the most generous country. So I'm happy to share some of the programming success we've seen and get back to you on those answers.
I would appreciate that. And if you can look into this one in particular, and I might send you a few others, because I think that if you say that you're only going to focus on a particular kind of program and you say some of these things are not effective, my work overseas in all of these countries says that some of this work takes time to develop the kind of leadership that is not going to be divided down the road. And so it may not have the same metrics of success immediately that you see, but I think many of these programs really do prove to be extremely important in the long term. And so I just would like to know, what is the status of each of those U.S.-funded programs related to religious tolerance? If you could share a list of that with me, I would really appreciate it. And what new assistance programs should we expect that the administration, maybe you can speak to this part, that the administration is going to promote? That's the second part of the question. And then the third part of the question for you is, I am concerned about some of the reports I'm hearing that certain programs are just going to be cut because they focus on particular communities, or they, are framed in a way that somehow is part of a some sham DEI initiative. And so maybe you could speak to those last two and get me the list of the first one.
Sure. So I'm happy to follow up with the committee on specific program we have across Africa. The administration is committed to using its foreign assistance effectively and strategically and gets the most bang for its buck for American taxpayers, because ultimately we're responsible to the American taxpayers. So in terms of programming, I'm happy to get you the specific answers that you're looking for. In terms of the other questions you raised about specific communities being having greater assistance, I forget how you phrased it, more targeted programs, we want religious freedom for all communities, full stop. We don't want religious freedom for some communities. We want religious freedom for all religious communities, including those who don't practice faith. We think it's a violation of a moral law that somebody is killed because of their faith. We see that happening in all parts of the world, and the Trump administration is committed to helping countries take ownership of their own issues and actually go after people who persecute Christians and Muslims and people of all faiths, and actually shift the responsibility to where we want to help partner with these countries, but at the end of the day, the countries themselves have an obligation to protect religious freedom in their countries. And we're committed to do that.
I agree with you on what you said. I just would say I'd like to see the data that backs up what you're saying and why certain programs that seem very much in line with what you're saying are being canceled. So I appreciate your attention to this, and we'll follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
And thank you. Thank you both for your testimonies, but above all for your leadership. It's extraordinary. And so thank you, and we'll move on to our second panel. Thank you. I'd like to now welcome to the witness table. And we will show a very short video that was just taped yesterday from Mrs. Akpen, I should say, a survivor of the Yellowwater massacre. She lost 5 of her children, and it's just one example of the incredible heartbreak of being slaughtered because she's a Christian, because her family was a Christian. And that'll be showing in 1 second. But if our witnesses could come to the table. They're going to put the video up. Okay. We'll come back to the video in a minute. Let me introduce our distinguished witnesses, beginning with Nina Shea, a senior fellow and director at the Center for Religious Freedom at the Hudson Institute. Ms. Shea has been a human rights lawyer for over 30 years. She works extensively for the advancement of individual religious freedom and other human rights.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
shelter, broken dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
U.S. foreign policy as it confronts an ascendant Islamic extremism that we're seeing in Nigeria, for example. And I want to thank her for her leadership. She has testified before, and her wisdom has been greatly esteemed by this committee, and particularly by this chairman. We'll then hear from Oge Bugu, is that correct? Thank you. Who is director and senior fellow of the Africa Program and CSIS and a foreign policy leader with 2 decades of experience shaping policy and engagement on Africa and U.S.-Africa relations. Most recently, she served as director of the Africa Program at the Wilson Center, where she led research and programs that centered African knowledge and agency in developing actionable strategies to address critical issues facing Africa and the U.S. relations. I would like to yield now such time as you may consume, and then to you as well, to our witnesses. Nina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Jacobs and members of the committee for holding this very important hearing. The debate about CPC designation for Nigeria began in earnest in Washington last spring after you, Mr. Chairman, had introduced a resolution that urged CPC designation for Nigeria, as you had previously done in 22, and when this subcommittee held a pivotal hearing on the case for Nigeria's CPC designation last March. Thankfully, President Trump listened, and he made his decision based on two criteria. One, under the International Religious Freedom Act, that these were severe violations of religious freedom, and that the government of Nigeria, President Tinubu, was either actively engaged or tolerating these violations. Those are the criteria of the IRF Act. So Nigeria's multifaceted terror problem that has had a devastating impact on both Muslims and Christians alike is well known, but the long overlooked persecution of Nigeria's Middle Belt Christians by Fulani jihadi militias finally got Washington's attention when that March hearing was held, and Bishop Anagbe testified. The bishop gave startling firsthand testimony that described frequent raids on farmlands of his Makurdi diocese by armed Fulani Muslim herders who kill, rape, or kidnap residents, all the while shouting the jihadi battle cry, Allahu Akbar. Bishop Anagbe, who testified today as well, and I'm honored to be part of this hearing with him, related that 20 parishes in his diocese have been shut down because of these attacks. Moreover, he said, Nigeria's government was doing nothing to stop this. I agreed in my testimony then that Nigeria should be designated a CPC precisely because the relentless and systematic Fulani attacks targeting Middle Belt Christians are carried out with complete government impunity. By contrast, the government is fighting the terror groups in the north. So this is really key to understanding why CPC is warranted in this case. The bishop's frank testimony required heroic courage. He soon began receiving death threats. A few weeks later, Fulani militants attacked his home village and massacred 12 of his relatives and scores of others. The priest directing his Justice and Peace Office, who took the body counts and came to the aid of survivors in such attacks, has been forced to take temporary leave after credible threats to his life. Mr. Chairman and White House, Mr. Chairman, you and White House officials who had met with Bishop Anagbe were appalled when you heard of this. The attack was part of the brutal pattern seen in hard-hit Benue and various other Middle Belt states, but it also raised the concern that this attack was in reprisal for his testimony to Congress, one organized not simply by nomadic herders, but by those in Nigeria who are close observers of Washington. 2 weeks after that incident, Yelawada, which is, by the way, only 5 miles from the state capital of Makurdi, that's Benue State, was hit by a large Fulani raid. Others have spoken about that. Over 270 Christians were murdered, and the victims included some who had been displaced from their hometowns by prior Fulani raids and had sought refuge in Yelawada because there's a military garrison there. The Nigerian troops there did not put up a fight against the dozens of, and it was only dozens, of Fulani attackers who swarmed in on motorcycles and some on foot, wielding assault rifles and machetes as their weapons. This has been going on for years, again with government impunity. Similar attacks are taking place elsewhere in the Middle Belt. To give one recent example, Catholic priest Father George Dogo told the outlet Truth Nigeria, which is directed by former State Department official Douglas Burton, that 10 days ago in Taraba, Fulani militants stormed through a local government area, indiscriminately killing 20 people and burning and damaging homes and churches. A survivor, Christiana Joseph, a 33-year-old farmer from Amadu village, told Truth Nigeria that as she was preparing to go to early morning mass, a Fulani militia arrived on motorcycles and shot into her house. She is quoted stating, "They fired for about 5 minutes, shouting Allahu Akbar. When the gunfire stopped, I went inside and found my husband of 14 years, John Joseph, already dead." Survivor Samson Haruna also stated that attackers on motorcycles with AK assault rifles strafed houses in his neighboring village. He said, "My neighbors, David Bawa and Titus Gregory, lost 5 family members between them. My house was riddled with bullets." According to the Truth Nigeria report on this Taraba attack, quote, "The Fulani militants that attacked were led by warlord Alhaji Tukur, according to community leader Usa. Wakori Diocese Bishop Mark Nzukwen called the crisis overwhelming and said that 335 Catholic churches have been destroyed and more than 300,000 Catholics there have been displaced beginning in 2015. That's just in his diocese. According to the head of a local security consultancy, Fulani militants plan and stage their attacks from an abandoned resort, now overgrown with vegetation, called Damjuma Farm, that the Fulani use as a cover for cattle grazing, he said. That's the head of this security agency. But that's just a smokescreen. And he commented that if the government wants to stop the attacks, they must clear out the terrorists from Danjuma farms. In a Daily Post Nigeria article, Reverend John Lekel, the director of social communications for the Wakori Diocese, that's the same diocese that I've been talking about, described the situation as devastating, revealing that many rural parishes have been abandoned following sustained assaults that have claimed multiple lives and destroyed entire villages. Bishop Nzukwen told the respected ACI Africa outlet last year that, quote, "If peace is restored, the region's rich agricultural landscape could provide a prosperous future for its residents. Instead," he said, "there is food scarcity because of these constant attacks." And there are countless reports like this across the Middle Belt. I mention this one because it shows that Abuja has failed to act even when the Fulani aggressors are identified and their base from which they launch repeated attacks are known. This represents not only a horrifying pattern of severe persecution by Fulanis targeting largely Christian areas, but also a shocking pattern of government tolerance of this persecution. I want to give one last example from Plateau State that occurred a month ago. The Reverend Ezekiel Dechomo of Plateau, who is the regional chairman of the Church of Christ in Nations, told journalist in Jos on October 24 that Islamic extremists have threatened to murder him from calling on the Nigerian and U.S. governments to help protect Christians against genocide. He told the Christian outlet Morning Star News, quote, "My life is in grave danger. Even as I speak, I am on the lookout for attacks. I no longer sleep with my eyes closed. I have been attacked before but escaped." The threats came after he appeared in a video on October 15, standing in a mass grave containing the remains of a dozen slain church members, reportedly killed by Fulani herders. And Mr. Chairman, there have been hundreds of priests and pastors killed in the last 15 years, targeted. Not as the State Department reports that they were walking alone or unguarded on a road at night, but they've been attacked and killed in their rectories, homes, and inside their churches. As the Nigeria government issues denials and watches passively, with no Fulanis prosecuted and no Nigerian forces prepared to defend the vulnerable, the Christian death toll from Fulani militia attacks alone, leaving aside the terror attacks from Boko Haram and ISWAP and the others, is in the thousands, and Christian survivors in displacement camps number in the millions. The respected research group Open Doors cites Nigeria as now the world's most dangerous country for Christians because of their religion. Again, at this time, most Nigerian Christians are being murdered by Fulani militias, and and they are the militia's special target. Aid to the Church in Need reported last month, quote, and this is a Pontifical Foundation that says this, Nigerian Christians in the Middle Belt are bearing the brunt of violent attacks from those identified as Fulani militants. Some insist that the violent aggression by the Fulani herders against the Christian farmers on their own land is the unavoidable result of climate change. The State Department Religious Freedom Reports have annually described these indiscriminate mass killings as clashes between two socioeconomic groups who fight over scarce resources brought on by climate change. Religion has nothing to do with it, they claim. This justification of Fulani violence has recently shifted. Now it is generally acknowledged that Christians are being murdered in cold blood, but it is being argued that more Muslims are killed in the violence, and this proves it has nothing to do with religion, they say. This argument is not factual, and it is irrelevant for CPC. The premise that more Muslims than Christians are killed is debatable, as the scholarly Observatory for Religious Freedom in Africa documents. In any case, most Nigerian Muslims live in the north, where Boko Haram and a plethora of ISIS and al-Qaeda-linked Islamic terrorist groups attack them and non-Muslims alike, and this violence, too, is religiously based. However, significant for CPC criteria, the Nigerian military is actively fighting those terror groups in the north. By contrast, in the Middle Belt, where most of the Christians are being killed in recent years, and where Christians are the special target of Fulani herder militias, the government isn't lifting a finger against the Fulani militants. Instead, it is tolerating them and denying it is happening. I have also heard about sporadic Christian attacks on Muslim villages. To the extent that the government is not taking action in those cases, that is further reason for CPC designation. Political momentum to list Nigeria among the world's worst persecutors gained throughout October as the annual CPC review neared the year-end deadline, and reports of massacres kept coming. On October 21, the Pontifical Foundation, Aid to the Church in Need, issued its World Survey that reported, quote, the number and ferocity of the attacks on Christian villages in the Middle Belt have led some experts to conclude that these incursions are a deliberate land grab to remove Christians and Islamize the region, end quote. Various high-level White House officials in the State Department were also hearing from groups of religious freedom activists on Nigeria. Later that week, President Trump made the CPC designation. For the first time, the issue of Fulani militias targeting Christians for mass murder received official U.S. acknowledgement when Secretary Rubio addressed this. This, in turn, got the attention of Nigeria's President Tinubu, who said he is willing to work with the U.S. Until now, he has not shown the political will to stop this Fulani violence. CPC, as you know, is a two-step process. The next step in this process requires the President to adopt a policy response. And we heard today from the State Department about what is being considered. And there are several actions that I also endorse. One is to, it's been raised before by Representative Moore, and it's my first recommendation, disarm Fulani herders. These militias are loosely organized. They don't have explosives or drones, don't use tunnels, suicide vests, or propaganda films. They are an unsophisticated, but nevertheless lethal force because they come armed with AK-47s and 49s, while their targets have only homemade pipe bombs to defend, pipe guns to defend themselves with. Assault rifles, such as those used by the Fulanis, are heavily regulated by Nigeria's Firearms Act and illegal for the targeted Christian farming villages. The act specifically only allows homemade what are called Dane guns, cap guns, and another muzzle-loading guns. The act thus outlaws the firearms that would match the assault rifle firepower of Fulani militias and leaves the peaceful Christian communities essentially defenseless. President Tinubu should order the removal of Fulani heavy weapons, raiding their encampments at Dan Juma Farm in Taraba and other places in the process. He should direct the powerful cattle breeders associations, such as the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, to cooperate in doing this. 2, fortifying targeted areas. So U.S. foreign aid in Nigeria in recent years has amounted to about $1 billion annually. Areas targeted by these Fulani militias should receive some of this aid to securely return home and reclaim their properties, rebuild, and defend themselves. For example, this aid could go toward intelligence sharing, the training and equipping of local private security guards, as well as other measures. Again, the Fulani militias are not the formidable foes seen in ISIS and al-Qaeda, and their attacks could be prevented relatively easily, prevented and defended against by these basic measures. Humanitarian aid is important, and this should be for the victims of Fulani herder militia attacks, and this should be distributed through trusted local providers, including through the churches on the ground that are currently one of the main aid providers to the survivors of these attacks. And it's just, again, tragic and ironic that productive farmers now need food aid since they have been driven from their Middle Belt farms. 4, sanctions against those aiding, abetting, and granting impunity to the Fulani herding militias, including those sanctions should include high-level officials in the criminal justice system and the military. The U.S. should gather intelligence regarding official responses to the Fulani herder militias and review possible visa and Magnitsky sanctions for those aiding and abetting. The Fulani warlords' names are known or knowable. Out of all the, I think it's important to understand that out of all the violent attacks by Fulani herder militias, there have been only a few arrests. One involved the prosecution of a Fulani herder who was convicted of destroying melons at a melon company who received a 10-year sentence. It shows the government can get tough when it wants to. And 2 high-profile legal cases of violent attacks on Christians have seen movement in recent months. One concerns the Catholic Church of St. Francis in Ondo, where terrorists killed some 40 worshipers on Pentecost Sunday in 2022. Depositions are being taken in that case. Ondo's bishop recently told me, but the trial has not yet started. It's important to note that's not in the Middle Belt, it's in the South. The 5 suspects being held are said to be part of the East African Shabab terror group and are not members of the Fulani herder militia. The other case involves the Yelawada massacre itself, where charges are have been filed against 5 Fulani herders in September, in an extremely rare example of prosecution that I believe is attributable to the pressure raised by the CPC debate in Washington. Finally, the International Religious Freedom Act suggests as a possible policy response to CPC designation a binding agreement with the country to prevent further violence. So I think that that is something that should be considered as well. Unfortunately, President Tinubu hasn't shown the political will so far to direct the police and military action within his power. And he argues that because the police force is centralized under the Constitution, he is overwhelmed. He says that a constitutional amendment is required to give back policing power to the governors of the states, and that could take years. However, right now there exist legal ways he can shore up defenses within the targeted Christian areas. For example, decentralizing police commands internally, or empowering local guards, or deploying more mobile police units to states, and prioritizing referrals of state governor police orders for presidential review. So I suggest that the U.S. enter into a binding agreement with Nigeria to ensure this needed police protection against the Fulani militias. Since President Trump's CPC designation, I note some Nigerian officials, including generals of a force in the southern state of Ondo, who cite worries about securing Nigeria's wide-open border, already asked for U.S. partnership in an effort to help, to quote, help flush out Fulani ethnic militia terrorists from the Southwest. Thank you.
Ms. Shea, thank you so very much for that very well thought out testimony. I mean, you have so much in there, and I'll go back and read it to pull out much of what you have just conveyed to the committee. So thank you for that. And I'd like now recognize our next witness, Ms. Anabugu.
Thank you very much. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to share my views before this committee today. Just want to state that CSIS does not take policy positions, so the views represented in this testimony are my own and not those of my employer. In this testimony, I would like to reinforce the recommendations that I made before this committee in March. In addition, I would like to reflect on how this tenuous moment in U.S.-Nigeria relations provide an opportunity for both countries to work together to address the critical threats of jihadist violence and insecurity in Nigeria, and to develop a more strategic partnership. The United States and Nigeria have a complicated bilateral relationship with shared interest in counterterrorism and economic development. But this relationship is often marked by periods of friction. Nigeria wields significant continental and regional influence, but grapples with violent extremism and internal security. Nigeria's leadership in West Africa is crucial, and its ability to address its governance and security challenges will impact not only its future, but the wider region. Nigeria's instability stems from a key shortcoming. Despite 64 years of independence, it has yet to establish a national identity grounded in basic freedoms and dignity. Currently, ethnicity, religion, and language, rather than nationality, define the identity of its diverse population. Understanding the violence in Nigeria requires looking beyond its apparent religious and ethnic motivations. For me, growing up in Jos Plateau State, I've witnessed the impacts of these ongoing conflicts on vibrant communities. In addition, coming from a family involved in Christian missionary work, I recognize the shared faith between Christian communities in Nigeria's Middle Belt and those in the US, rooted in the history of American missionary efforts. However, a narrow narrative that reduces Nigeria's security situation to a single story and frames it solely as the persecution of Christians oversimplifies the issue. Religious and ethnic violence is driven more by governance failures and is worsened by hate speech and conspiracy theories rather than being just a singular conflict. Nigeria is facing multiple security crises due to religious extremism, banditry, criminality, resource competition, communal disputes, and separatist agitation. These issues are intertwined with history, poverty, and political contestation. The interplay between religion and politics in Nigeria is deep and complex. Leaders often romanticize the country's unity, but fail to foster it, as we saw in the divisive 2023 elections. As Nigeria approaches another national election in 2027, religion will once again continue to influence candidate selection, voter behavior, and campaign strategies. The Trump administration's claims that Nigeria is permitting targeted killings of Christians distracts from the broader issue of extremist violence and insecurity in the country. Since returning to civilian rule in 1999, Nigeria has been a major recipient of U.S. security assistance, primarily aimed at counterterrorism. Despite this significant assistance, the extremist threat in Nigeria has worsened, expanding from the northeast, where Boko Haram has waged a 15-year insurgency, to the northwest, where so-called bandits are raiding villages. Most victims in both of these regions are Muslims. Since Boko Haram's emergence in 2009, Nigerian administrations, including the administration of President Tinubu, have struggled to improve security. And many Nigerians across the country acknowledge that the situation has only worsened in recent years. Therefore, narratives focusing solely on the killing of Christians often overlook Nigeria's broader insecurity and the fact that religion is usually a secondary factor in the violence. Recent violence in the Middle Belt predominantly affects Christian farming communities from various ethnic groups. Victims are mostly believed to be killed by Fulani herders who are primarily Muslims. But the killings aren't explicitly motivated by religious reasons. While some community members actually describe the violence in their communities as genocidal, they often emphasize that the underlying causes are ethnic and material, such as land grabs, rather than on religious differences alone. Nevertheless, the high level of insecurity across Nigeria has left many religious communities, including Christians, at risk. The failure to hold the perpetrators of these violent acts accountable has created both a sense of impunity among the attackers and a sense of grievance in the affected communities. Nigerian citizens have mixed reactions to the U.S. redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Many particular Christian groups welcome the attention, seeing it as a chance to push the Nigerian government to act against the violence. However, there are also concerns among many Nigerians, including Christians, that President Trump's threats of military action could also exacerbate existing political tensions. Public opinion surveys overall in Nigeria indicate a public consensus on the seriousness of the security challenges in the country, with many Nigerians valuing their diverse communities and believing in shared national unity over divisions. Now allow me to offer some concrete recommendations. First, to the United States government. It's important to engage deeply and broadly with communities across Nigeria. The U.S. can play a constructive role, but it must avoid selective intervention and address the concerns of all Nigerians across all religions to prevent worsening sectarian divisions. Two, it's important to rethink reactive quick-win actions that may seem beneficial to Nigerians, but could have larger and far-reaching negative impacts. If the Trump administration proceeds with unilateral military action in Nigeria, it could endanger the Christians it aims to protect and worsens divisions along religious lines. Third, prioritize security governance to help tackle the violence. The U.S. should reassess its security cooperation with Nigeria, focusing on building a program that prioritizes security governance and ties military support to tangible reforms. This renewed partnership should extend beyond military aid to include intelligence sharing, rule of law, and governance. 4, support local actors that are advancing inclusive peace and conflict resolution. Supporting moderate religious leaders and community networks in developing early warning systems can shift the focus from identity-based conflict to sustainable solutions. 5, work more with Nigeria's states and its growing city centers. The U.S. government should decentralize its engagement with Nigeria by strengthening dialogue and support for receptive leaders at state and local levels, particularly in the Middle Belt, which is home to about 45 million people. The focus should be on local security to foster a safe environment for agriculture and manufacturing. This approach should integrate economic development with sustainable peace by addressing root causes of the conflict through economic revitalization, institutional reform, and business initiatives. Finally, for the U.S. government, it is important to revive the U.S. Congressional Bipartisan Caucus on Nigeria. The U.S. relationship with Nigeria is a key strategic partnership in Africa. An active bipartisan congressional caucus will highlight this importance, foster discussions, and provide a platform for diverse perspectives to better inform legislative responses on various issues. Now, recommendations for the Nigerian government. It is important to appoint a Nigerian ambassador to the United States to improve its international engagement and manage narratives about its security realities. It's critical for President Tinubu to appoint a capable Nigerian ambassador to the U.S., as I also recommended in my testimony in March. Second, the Nigerian government needs to make accountability of both perpetrators and of the authorities central to the response. Nigerian citizens need justice, as criminality in the Middle Belt has increased due to impunity. The narrative of Christian genocide has gained traction because of years of mass killings without accountability, leaving many faith communities feeling abandoned. Third, Nigerian government needs to get serious about police reform. Nigeria's single federalized police force struggles to address the country's complex security challenges. The Tinubu administration needs to accelerate initiatives to improve citizen security, including the recruitment of 30,000 new police personnel he approved in June. The military in Nigeria is overextended. Many of them are handling duties that should be handled by the police. And it's essential to think about how the country reassigns police officers that are currently providing personal security to wealthy elites to focus more on the serious crimes. Next, coordinate federal and state action and messaging. Effective coordination so desperately needed among Nigeria's federal and state governments is often undermined by finger pointing, and this must stop. Finally, for the Nigerian government, it's important to start laying the groundwork for peaceful elections in 2027. Nigeria must address the use of religion as a trigger for electoral violence. The new leadership in its election commission presents a chance to restore public trust in the electoral system, promote responsible political behavior, and strengthen security and judicial processes. The violence in Nigeria has resulted in significant loss of life. However, addressing the country's complex security issues solely in religious terms and focusing on one group of victims is counterproductive. A fresh approach is needed both for Nigeria and the United States. Nigeria must tackle its institutional weaknesses in security, justice, and conflict prevention to effectively end the violence and hold perpetrators accountable. The U.S. should engage in open dialogue and cooperation, fostering a better understanding of Nigeria's complexities. Both countries can leverage current diplomatic tensions to strengthen their bilateral relationship and collaboratively address the wider threats of jihadist violence in Nigeria and the surrounding West Africa and Sahel region, as both nations have vital interests at stake. Thank you again for inviting me to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. We do have a video I'd like to show. This is of Mrs. Akpen, a survivor of the Yelwada massacre. She lost 5 of her children. The baby in her hands is her one remaining child, but she and so many others who were slaughtered that day, her family. We hear from them, we hear from her, the priest in the picture, that the horror is, the PTSD from that is just unthinkable. And so I just want to, it's a very short but very powerful video.
Good afternoon, good evening. It depends on where you're watching us.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive. Whoa.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
From. I am Reverend Father Philip Apple, the coordinator of the Foundation for Justice, Development and Peace, FJDP, of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Benue State, here in Nigeria. I am here with one of the survivors of the Yelwater massacre of 13th of June 2025 here in Nigeria, where we lost over 200 lives in a single night. So she is here to be witness as one of the survivors of that grave attack. So we'll listen to her. That her name is Nsushima Akwen. That when they went into sleep that fateful night, around 9 p.m., the Fulani terrorists attacked them where they were sleeping. That they were locked inside the camp, Al-Yelwater, and they were butchering them with cutlasses and shooting guns as well. When they thought all had finished at some point in time, they poured petrol on the building, and most of them, majority of them, were set ablaze. That in the course of this action, she saw a tree up when she lifted up her eyes, and she raised her head on the tree, climbed up where she was able to hit herself. That her 5 children that she left below were crying, and in her presence, they were being slaughtered by the terrorists.
Okay.
That she ran out into the bush at some point, and those who came for rescue would now bring her out of that place at some point, and she was able to witness the whole drama. And when the people came, they were now relocated to a new camp. So thank you very much. This is the much we can receive from Msoshima Akpen. God bless you.
Thank you very much. And we now go to questions. Let me just ask, on one of my trips to Nigeria, I did visit the Fusion Center, which there was a great deal of cooperation beginning. And I mentioned that our ambassador, Mike Walsh, to the United Nations was actually deployed there as a Green Beret and a part of a special forces training component. There was a great hesitancy on the part of our government to engage that to the degree that would really make a difference. And I'll tell you what they told me. They said that they were worried about the applying the Leahy law so that we do not fund or train human rights violators. So believing that, I actually asked, I had a hearing, and Ed Royce did a hearing on the full committee, and we asked the Undersecretary of State under the Obama administration how many Nigerians could be trained. And she said, matter of factly, half. We don't need half, but a large number, half would be, that could be trained in counterinsurgency. They wanted night vision goggles. They wanted intel to track down Boko Haram and these other then emerging groups, ISIS West Africa, for example. And it never really materialized the way it could have. Now, one of the hopes I have, and we hope many of us have, coming out of this, will be that there will be a renewed effort to, again, support human rights trained people, men and women who are not accused. And certainly that is a very difficult thing to prove one way or the other. The Leahy law is very hard to implement. And I sat through an actual session with a Foreign Service officer in Abuja as he went through names, and just to get a sense of how robust the effort is. Very, very hard to do. But again, so many can be trained. And I think what we are hoping will come out of this, in addition to a whole lot of other things, is a very highly trained counterinsurgency force that will take it to Boko Haram, the Fulani terrorists, and others. I note that just today, there's a report that just came out that the president is not going to a G20 meeting, and he's deploying additional people to a place where there were killings in Kawara. And I hope they're realizing we're not kidding in the United States. The President of the United States is absolutely committed to this. Marco Rubio is as well, and right on down. And what are we doing? We want to help, as I said earlier, those who are at risk, those who are dying, those like that wonderful woman we just saw a moment ago who lost 5 of her children. We don't want that to happen anymore. And, I do believe that the art of the possible, when you have a will, when you have a focus, you can have great achievements for peace, and that's the hope here. So last night, and I know that my colleagues also had meetings with this high-level delegation, and ours went for almost 2 hours. And I said, think of us as partners. Yes, we do have the ability to levy sanctions, and you may not like it, but we're doing it because we care about the people in your country that are being slaughtered, both Christians and Muslims. So your thoughts on really getting this cooperation off the ground? When I was there, I talked to a lot of people, and I followed up once I got here, and they had all these recommendations. Only a few, if any, were ever carried forward with, and that's unfortunate. Some were, but I think a top-to-bottom review of what can be done, what does it take, and then meanwhile, on the humanitarian side, and we asked this last night, and Mr. Huizenga asked this as well of our two witnesses from the administration, the government really needs to do more for its IDPs. It has not. But we want to be helpful there too, making sure that food, medicine, shelter is available to them. So the IDP camps that I've been in were awful. One was an old hotel that was just, makeshift turned into an IDP, and that was probably one of the better ones. So your thoughts on that, on really helping Nigeria to help themselves?
Well, I think that that is important. That's the way to tackle this problem once and for all. I think that President Trump has instilled at least some political will on behalf of the government to, within the government of Nigeria, to take some action. And it's absolutely essential to do this, both because religious freedom is a pillar of U.S. foreign policy. It's in compliance with the International Religious Freedom Act, which requires the president to review every foreign country to decide whether or not to designate it as a CPC, and that annually, and the year is ending, so it was appropriate that President Trump do that again. It's going to help alleviate just unfathomable human suffering, as we've seen in that mother's eyes today, to halt Nigeria's descent into failed state status and avert possible civil war, and not to deepen the spread of terror across West Africa. It's absolutely essential that Nigeria's government start engaging in the security of its own people. And again, there has been some willingness, political will, to fight the terror groups in the north, but there hasn't been any prosecution, so far successful prosecution, of any one from the Fulani militias at all. So I think that's...
Just say that again for emphasis. There has not been, with the Fulani militias, efforts to...
So there hasn't been, and then that is, I think, more of a police work, and warfare is very different now. There's human intelligence is getting rarer and rarer. There's drone intelligence and other forms of technological methods. But I think that it's actually a relatively easy problem to solve, relatively. And it should start with that, and simultaneously actually work on the and help locate Leah Sharibu, you mentioned, and the Chibok schoolgirls that are still enslaved. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that there was intelligence sharing in the past, but nothing happened. I think that was a prime case of that, and that should be pursued. And can be pursued again fairly easily with modern technology, and it should happen across the country, including in the north. There should be cooperation and work on the terror groups, and sealing the border, and sharing our experience with that. President Trump's been very good with that. And we have a lot to impart, and if the government of Nigeria is willing, I think it would benefit all of us and the region.
Thank you very much. I think, consecutive U.S. administrations have defined or described the relationship with Nigeria as one of its most important on the continent. And even though that relationship has been complicated with, periods of friction, I think this moment that we find ourselves in seems as if all things have aligned. And there is an opportunity now for both the U.S. and Nigeria to come to the table to reset that relationship, especially given the fact that citizens across the board in Nigeria, every data point you look at, there's overwhelming acknowledgement that the levels of insecurity in the country are unacceptable. I think the fact that we have this coming from Nigerian citizens provides the opportunity to have real serious conversation based on concrete benchmarks for progress. The mistake that would be made is if it is seen as being a selective intervention favoring one group over the other. So there is an opportunity for Nigeria and the U.S. to reset its relationship, one that would really be based on listening to the Nigerian people. And Nigerians are saying levels of insecurity are very high. How do we address it? So this opportunity now provides leverage to the U.S., working with the Nigerian government to actually show some very clear progress.
Okay, thank you very much. I would point out, and this is worth noting, because I was always perplexed with Secretary Blinken, and I asked him at hearings just like this, why he withdrew CPC, and I never got a good answer. But when we were doing the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, I held all the hearings, most of them in this room. And John Shattuck, who was the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, testified against it for the Clinton administration. On the record, I have all the records, you could go look at it. He said it would create a hierarchy of human rights, which is nonsense. And I even, in my response to him at one of the hearings, was to say, okay, I was all for combating apartheid, which was not a very popular thing within my party in the very beginning of the Reagan administration, and I was all for it. Did that take away any other human rights work we were doing? It was not in lieu of, it was in addition to what we were doing in any other area of human rights work. And I said the same thing about religious freedom. It is a pillar of our Constitution. It's a pillar of our, it's really a universally recognized human right. But they said it would said. 1 year later, I had a hearing on, did it do that? And I had the Ambassador at Large for Religious Freedom testify, because they were all saying, Shattuck especially, it would make everything worse on religious freedom. And the word back was, even after 1 year, it was seriously advancing religious freedom. Ditto on trafficking. I was told by Harold Coe, the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, right from where we're sitting right now, that most of what was in my Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 would be counterproductive. We don't need a tip office. We don't need all of the dozens of new programs that were unleashed by that law. And it was a bipartisan law. Sam Gajenson, who sat right here with me, it was my bill, but he was our principal co-sponsor, and we really worked together to get it passed. And he was from Connecticut. And again, as we went over year and after that, it was like, yeah, it really did help. But it was stopped in its tracks had we listened to that argument. Blinken was a part of that on the religious freedom back then, and I always felt, I could be wrong, that there was a sense that the Religious Freedom Act was not something he was terribly enamored of, so it was very easy to get rid of the CPC status for him, because he did not give a good answer when asked directly by me, and I wasn't the only one, where you sit, Nina, why? What's the why of it? And at one point he told the appropriators that there's none of this has anything to do with religious freedom, in terms of the violence. Really, it just doesn't pass the straight face test. So that's, in my humble opinion, one of the reasons why we had such, again, and I remind everybody, it was Clinton who signed the International Religious Freedom Act. And we didn't know if he was going to do it. At the very end, we did have veto-proof majorities to overcome a veto. But that said, he did sign it. I'm forever grateful for that. Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anambogu, thank you for testifying again before the committee today. As you know, President Trump, in his November 1st Truth Social post on Nigeria, threatened to deploy the U.S. military guns a-blazing into Nigeria to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists there, stating that if we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. All of those are quotes. Do you believe unilateral U.S. military strikes in Nigeria would make the situation more or less safe for Nigerian citizens?
I believe it will make it less safe.
Can you elaborate on why?
Because all the data points show us that Nigerians value diverse societies. But even as they value diverse societies, there are also experiences where overwhelmingly there are low levels of trust. Already just from the threats that have been made, we're already seeing, especially if you go on social media, people basically forming camps and basically coming up with different conspiracy theories about what is feeding the threats that have been made by the president. So I think it's important to understand the complexities of Nigeria and understand how fragile things are in the environment, and that for years you've actually had members of the political class that have actually manipulated that public mistrust to gain power. So at this point, you hear people forming different camps and making different statements and building different conspiracy theories. I think overwhelmingly Nigerians value unity, and the conversations that are happening now are not good for Nigeria's social cohesion.
Thank you. And I do want to dig a little bit more into that because it's not just the actual military strikes that would cause problems, but we've actually already seen that even just these threats and rhetoric have had immediate consequences. I've personally heard anecdotes of this happening already in Nigeria. You mentioned it in your opening statement that this was a risk. Could you expand on this and explain how inflammatory rhetoric can make tensions within communities even worse and actually lead to the very violence and targeting that this administration says it's trying to counter?
So as I mentioned, because of the low levels of trust that we see in communities, all we have to do is date back to several conflicts that have occurred over time in different parts of Nigeria. And we've seen how some of them have been driven by conspiracy theories or hearsays. And in many ways, rhetoric like this could actually be detrimental because it moves us farther away from finding a real solution to the problem. All we have to do is just look at over the last few weeks since the threats were made and to just listen to all the different conversations and discussions happening. None of them have actually come out with real solutions from the side of the Nigerian government or from civil society or the international community. Everyone is all focused on what has been said. So it moves us farther from finding solutions, and especially in environments like those in the middle belt where we've seen protracted conflicts. Time and time again, as you engage in these communities, you realize that while people live together, there are very low levels of trust, and it's extremely important that we keep that in mind because very little things can inflame tensions that already exist in the country.
Thank you. You've talked a lot about this deficit of trust, lack of trust, about the sort of crisis of governance in Nigeria. How should Nigeria fix this problem, and how should the United States work with Nigeria to address it? Like, what would you advocate as the type of diplomatic actions and U.S. investments that would make sense here?
I think most importantly, for this situation, Nigeria needs to take the lead and literally summon the utmost political will in this regard. As I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of these narratives have continued because people, Nigerians are not getting the justice that they deserve. And unfortunately, it's breeding an environment where there's a sense of impunity, where those who carry out attacks, regardless of what religion they come from, they feel they can continue those attacks. And then the communities, there's a sense of grievance where at the end of the day, if they feel that the government isn't coming to their aid, they come up with their own narratives. So at the end of the day, there needs to be an acknowledgement on the part of the Nigerian government. Nigeria needs to take the lead. Nigerian leaders need to summon the political will and work with their allies and partners, such as the United States, to be able to address this violence. You know, at the end of the day, we may put out numbers there and talk about the numbers of victims, but it's important for us to put a face to these numbers. The violence has gone on for so long in Nigeria. So Nigeria needs to take the lead, work in partnership with allies such as the US, and there is a moment here, there is an opportunity here for folks to come to the table to really find a sustainable solution to this problem.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And Ms. Shea, appreciate you highlighting the issue of the disarmament of Fulani militants. I think that certainly would be one of these solutions. Obviously, there's not a singular one. It's a multifaceted problem that's going on here in different regions of the country, and there's a lot of complexities to it. But as we've heard, I think, a couple times here, and I do agree with, there is an opportunity here for the Nigerian government to strengthen, deepen, and broaden their relationship with the United States if they will do that in coordination and cooperation with the United States government. When I met with the delegation, as Mr. Smith met with them as well, that was one of the messages that I gave to them, is that there is an opportunity here, but you're going to have to take that opportunity. And I am very hopeful that they will do that, because myself and Chairman Smith and President Trump, we've had enough of this. This cannot continue to go on in the manner that it has, and it now has the president's attention. And I do agree that, you know, you get all this kind of information flying around out here that many times is not helpful. I recently saw the foreign minister was in some interview, I think it was Piers Morgan, and it was the same thing when they came here and some of us spoke to them, just disputing these numbers, right? I think the foreign minister said in the last 5 years, there's only 177 Christians have been killed. I don't think there's anybody that believes that, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily constructive on their part to try to downplay what's happening here. But Ms. Shea, I'd ask you, how do you think about the differences, though, in between some of these statistics that have been reported? Obviously, have non-governmental organizations that, it seems to me, have robust on-the-ground informational networks, and those offered by the Nigerian government. How do we have such a huge disparity in the numbers in between what we're saying, or what some of these groups on the ground are saying, and then the foreign minister saying there's 177 Christians killed in the entire country of Nigeria over the last 5 years? That which is just hard to believe. It seems that number was achieved likely in just the last couple months, but please.
Yes, you're right. It's huge disparity, and assuming it's not just propaganda, one of the reasons why there is a range of numbers for any particular event is that precisely because the government doesn't do any police work. So there's no one that comes in to prevent it, or to, during its occurrence, to stop it, or in the immediate aftermath. So the witnesses have fled for their lives. There's chaos. There's destruction everywhere. The evidence has been tampered with or been deteriorated by the time people come along. It's very hard for the local pastors and priests, who are the ones there taking the body counts, helping the survivors. It's very difficult for them to do that job and at the same time do documentation. They do it as best as they can, but the numbers are far larger than that foreign minister is saying. I also want to say that I think that President Trump's designation of CPC has been extremely important. He has gotten the attention of the government of Nigeria. We've heard that there's a high-level delegation in Washington today discussing this with the United States.
I met with him yesterday.
Yeah, so I think that this has been a very beneficial exercise thus far. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And we've heard several people mention early warning systems, and I do agree with that. I think that those can be helpful. But I do want to highlight a case that just happened recently in the Plateau State. We had a pastor there who had warned the Nigerian government and said, we are under imminent threat. We are going to face an attack if you all don't send some forces here in the next 24 hours. We need help. Please come here and help us. The Nigerian government not only ignored it, they literally put out a press release about it, calling it fake news and hyperbole and being overblown. Well, 13 people lost their lives the next day. 13 people murdered. Christians murdered. I don't know how much an early warning system is going to work if people aren't listening to warnings that are literally over the phone. I'm not sure. So I'd say to the Nigerian government, you're going to have to, and we keep using the term, prioritize this because it's certainly a priority for President Trump. And I think many of us on this panel here today on this dais. But I just wanted to highlight that because that is the type of behavior that has to change because, and to your point of people not trusting the government, how can you trust a government that doesn't even show up when you ask them to? How are you supposed to trust your life with something like that? You can't. Obviously, you can't. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon the Nigerian government to work with us in coordination and cooperation to address these issues. Obviously, there's going to be some type of bifurcated approach to this. The Fulani Islamic militant issue in the middle belt of the country is distinctly different from what you face with Boko Haram and ISIS in the northeast of the country, and that's probably more of a question of kinetic military options rather than some of the other things that maybe State Department could do more in the middle belt, backed up by some of those same type of at least military deterrence options in that part of the country. But I think it does need to be a kind of whole of government approach to this, but we have to have the Nigerian government as a willing partner in all of this because the president is, as Chairman Smith just said, extremely serious about this. I'm extremely serious about this. I stay up at night. It's hard to sleep sometimes thinking about this, and I pray about it every single night, just thinking about, my own brothers and sisters in Christ in that country just getting murdered for the profession of their faith, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So it is absolutely heartbreaking. But I do want to thank the chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for the people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Very much, Mr. Moore, and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. To Mr. Onugbu, what do you see as the primary drivers of religious freedom violations in Nigeria? And secondly, what are the political, economic, social, and historical factors that exacerbate the situation?
Thank you, Congressman. I really think it's a mix of factors here that we're looking at. A mix of factors here. And as I mentioned in my testimony, at a core of this are failures of governance. There needs to be an opportunity to address the governance deficits that we see across the board in Nigeria at every level. And I think sometimes when we look at this issue, it's also important because we haven't been able to take a look at it from a whole of government, from a holistic point of view. It's important for us to understand what are the areas that really encompass more institutional weaknesses, and then what are the areas that are plainly just a lack of political will. And so I think, again, as I had mentioned earlier in my earlier response, there is an opportunity here to actually begin to identify what are the areas, what are the institutional weaknesses that exist within the Nigerian system that allow or enable the environment for the violation of religious freedoms? And then what are the instances where it's just plain old lack of political will? Once we're able to do that, then you'll be able to identify a proper solution to a problem. Right now, we haven't been able to identify a proper solution. And this is why these conflicts are protracted and they've continued time and time again.
Well, thank you so much. It's also very peculiar. I'd like for it to be noted in the record as we look forward to the great works of the continent and Africa as it marches and rises towards 2050, where 25% of the world's population will be of African descent. And this country, the United States, seems to talk down to African people. Historically, I would say that the United States is a very generous nation, and in some ways the most generous nation, but has the most peculiar cruelty towards the African continent, and it must be confronted about its legacy. The second thing is we are right now in a hostile environment with the Republic of South Africa and Nigeria, the nation's two most populous countries, if you will, or certainly two most prosperous countries that should be dealt with. I have another question for you. Based on your experience, which types of U.S. government programs or initiatives have been past or present, have been most effective in promoting religious freedom and interfaith dialogue in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question. And for several years, I actually worked specifically in the Middle Belt on these types of community security initiatives. And we've seen local level peace building initiatives where communities have been able to, and most importantly, as a community led by the communities, they've been able to put in place early warning systems, and beyond those early warning systems, moving a step further to ensure early response. Because, as has already been pointed out, it's of no use if people are able to raise an alarm and no response comes through. So over the years, we've seen some successful low-level peace-building programs across the Middle Belt, community-led peace-building programs. We've also seen programs that have included religious leaders from both faiths, particularly in places like Kaduna, in Adamawa, in Benue, in Plateau State. We've seen interfaith mediation councils where Muslims and Christian leaders have been able to come together to work closely with their communities. Those types of initiatives we've seen have been very successful.
Last question I would have for you. In its effort to dismantle the USAID program, the Trump administration terminated a USAID program called Partner that supported peace-building efforts to northern and north-central Nigeria. The $2 million project helped to strengthen the country's early warning and security response systems and provide training for local leaders, including religious leaders, on conflict mitigation strategies. This project, amongst others, like it helped to provide local leaders with mechanisms to alert law enforcement to possible conflicts before it happens. Partner also helped facilitate communications between farmer and herder, community leaders, often individuals from different religious backgrounds, in an attempt to bridge the gap between the two groups. Ms. Arungbu, what are some of these early warning signs of conflict? How would you describe the drivers of conflict in northern and central Nigeria? And to what extent do you assess these stem from religious and climate and resource competition?
As I said, the mix of these drivers, it's a mix, and they're complex. And that's where I say, as you look at violence or as you look at a specific conflict, it's important to understand that there might be some conflicts, or there are conflicts that are specifically driven by religion. And there are some other conflicts that may have specific drivers. Where the challenge is now, or where the problem is when everything is lumped in together. You know, working for several years in the Middle Belt, when a conflict breaks out and people say, oh, it's a farmer-headed conflict, it's a farmer-headed conflict. Now, every type of conflict in the Middle Belt becomes a farmer-headed conflict. But we need to take the time and take the step to actually identify which of these conflicts are driven specifically because of disputes between farmers and herders, which of these conflicts are just plain old criminality, as some of them are, and then which of those conflicts are actually driven because people might be targeted because of their faith. And I think this is where we miss the point when we do not acknowledge the complexities within Nigeria, when we use a single story to define the conflict. This is why we've not been able to find viable solutions. If we go back, and I believe Ms. Shen, in the previous panel, we spoke about the Chibok girls. This was an incident that happened in 2014. And just a week ago, we saw another group of school children kidnapped from their schools. Since 2014 till today, we've seen 6 different incidents of kidnapping. And we've had discussions on each and every one of them. But we've not been able to identify a viable solution because we tend to oversimplify and we tend to generalize what the problems are. But for every conflict that happens in Nigeria, there are specific drivers, and we have to be able to take the time to identify what the root cause is of each specific conflict for us to be able to develop a sustainable solution.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Consecutive administrations here in the United States have viewed Nigeria as an important partner in West Africa. But I would say that our relationship has been less than perfect. Just last year, the Nigerian government wrongly detained Tigran Gambarian, a U.S. citizen and former IRS agent, for 9 months on trumped-up charges of money laundering and tax evasion. Combining this with the Nigerian government's woefully inadequate response to this violence, I'm concerned that they may not have our best interest at heart. And I'd like both of you to answer this. And Ms. Shea, maybe you can go first, but would you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria want to have a civilized relationship with countries in the West and in Europe and other parts of the world?
Oh, thank you for your question. I think that Nigeria wants and needs the United States. And I think that many Nigerians have come to this country and continue to come to this country for education, for investment reasons, or to live. And they are among our most successful, if not the most successful immigrant group. So I think that they have a lot to gain, and they know that from a relationship with the United States. I think I'm encouraged that the Nigerian government has an extremely high-level delegation over here talking to the Trump administration about how to improve relations.
So that the Nigerian people, for sure, is what it sounds like you're saying, want a relationship with the United States. What about the Nigerian government? I mean, to the extent that they're giving us lip service on Christians being killed, I mean, do they have the ability to put a stop to the killings?
I think they have an ability to take action, which they have not done in the Middle Belt, where the Christians are the primary target. They're the special target of these militias. And the government has not lifted a finger to help them until now. And maybe not even now. But I think that the government was not given any message before. I mean, we really, this is the first year that the first couple weeks that the government of the United States has said that there is a problem, that we are not happy. Our law, the International Religious Freedom Act, requires us to point them out and put them on the list of the world's worst persecutors of religious freedom, violators of religious freedom. So they have not gotten that message before. Before they were told that there were root causes, that these are two socioeconomic groups, there was no mention of religion. We were told, and the Chairman Smith was told by Secretary Blinken and others that this had nothing to do with religion. So now we have a new analysis, and I think that we've had a very hopeful response to that.
Ma'am, I mean, are we frenemies? Are we, what are we?
We're friends. And I'm sorry, I actually missed your original question, if you could repeat.
Yeah, I'm just asking, could you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think that continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria, are they hearing the messages that are coming from our president, from the United States, about the concern of genocide? And not just, I mean, I realize there's people that are being killed that are both, Christian and non-Christian, but that this sort of violence is just cannot be tolerated.
Well, if they weren't hearing it before, they're definitely hearing it now. And I think, as I've mentioned before, there is an opportunity, and an opportunity that should not be missed in the way we convey as the U.S. how we want to work with Nigeria on this issue. The framing of the engagement really matters, and I think this is where we have to be, the U.S. has to be strategic in its partnership. The partnership with Nigeria, as you rightfully mentioned, is one of our most important partnerships on the continent. As was mentioned, by 2050, the population of Nigeria will surpass the population of the United States. So this is definitely a relationship that we have to keep and build, but approach our dialogues from a place of honesty. And I think what we have going now in this relationship is that the Nigerian people, there is a wide acknowledgement by the Nigerian people that something needs to be done, and done quickly, about the levels of insecurity in the country.
Do you think the Nigerian government is capable of putting a stop to the violence?
And then this is where I say that with the Nigerian government actually looking at where the inefficiencies lie, or where the weaknesses are within its institutional capacity. And I think this is where, again, being able to differentiate what are institutional weaknesses and then what is just plain lack of political will.
Yeah.
And I think there needs to be an admittance of where the areas of weakness lie. And there are some clear areas of
I agree, and I think they should, if they can't handle it, they should be willing to ask the international community for help. I mean, we should all be standing for life, no matter where at in the world. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. As we close, I just want to make a point. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, in their report, says that Nigeria's government has continued to forcibly close camps hosting displaced Christians who fled violence by Boko Haram, despite persistent security concerns in their communities of origin. That is a deep concern, and we're appealing to the country, to the government, I should say, of Nigeria, to rectify that. I also would point out that, there's without objection, I would ask unanimous consent that a op-ed that's in National Review by Maureen Ferguson and Asif Mahmood be included. The title is "Nigerian Girls Are Being Kidnapped. Islamic terrorists have inflicted a decade of religiously motivated violence on Christian women and girls." I would note parenthetically that according to Amnesty International, April 2024, that over 1,700 children have been abducted since 2014, since the Chibok girls incident, 17 cases of mass abduction. But it's interesting that this piece that was written, this op-ed, and without objection, it'll be part of the record. Maureen Ferguson was appointed to the commission by Mike Johnson, the speaker. Asif Mahmood was appointed by Hakeem Jeffries. So there you have both sides of the aisle, both sides of the political, ideological spectrum, writing an op-ed about these girls and about this terrible sexual violence. So without objection, it is part of the record. And anything else that you'd like to say before we close? Thank you so much for your leadership, your comments today. I want to thank my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, for their very, very incisive questions. And we have much to do. The hearing is adjourned.
Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation, voice of Biafra, Afro Biafra.
From the land of the rising sun, from the land of courage, from the people of truth, rising above every silence, speaking hope to the world.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of freedom,
voice of truth for every generation,
voice of
Biafra,
voice of courage,
rising sound of the nation.
who speaks for the people,
Who carries the truth?
who rises for freedom,
Who rises for freedom?
deep unanswered voice,
Voice sound of truth.
the voice of a rising nation.
The voice of a rising nation.
Voice
of Biafra.
Biafra, Biafra. Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra.
voice of courage.
Rushing sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra.
voice of courage.
Rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra.
voice of courage.
Rising sound of a nation. Voice of
are you ready to be held accountable if indeed your comments, your actions and inactions are found to have incited people to violence?
Which laws have been broken, can I ask?
Well,
and even more so, which incitement to violence has been done? You know, I appreciate the prior remarks and context regarding different issues in Nigeria. I would say that it's despicable to try to compare me to anything in Rwanda. It truly is disgusting. When have I called to murder one person? I have never once called for anybody to be murdered. I have called for people to be protected. That the government is not doing their job.
Alex,
to
maybe not
protect people from
directly.
being slaughtered.
Maybe not directly. You maybe not directly calling for revenge attacks, but from what you're telling the people, they get more agitated, and this leads to
defend themselves
violence.
From
yes,
killing.
to defend
Is that not
themselves.
the
But we
right?
have the government and security
Could you not
agencies.
protect your own daughter and son from being killed by terrorists? Is that wrong? Is that harmful rhetoric? To protect your families from terrorists? Because it's Christians that we're saying to protect themselves? Everybody should protect themselves. And anybody in their right mind, if they are being threatened, if their daughter, mother, father, anybody is being threatened to be killed, it is their right to protect themselves. If you cannot live in peace and you cannot protect yourself, what country is this? I mean, if you can't live, what is that? Anybody in their right mind would not want their families to be killed. And that's all I call for. If the government is failing to protect you, you should protect yourselves from people who would take your life. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing breaking a law about that. There's nothing evil in that. And from my understanding, even in Muslim and Christianity, you should protect yourself from threats. I'm not saying to go and take up arms and go murder the government. I've never called for that. I've never called for anybody to be murdered. I've never called to do anything regarding the government. I said, protect yourselves from people who would threaten your life.
Well,
and there's nothing wrong with that. No law has been broken.
There are also claims that there was a meeting you held with the local population, and after talking to them, there was a reprisal, a revenge attack that also led to the death of two other people in Plateau State.
That was already done before I arrived. If you actually, what I noticed was the burning in the fire, the people had taken revenge, and that fire was actually where the attack happened, which I found out after I had left Angwarukuba. So they had killed two people, innocent people that were Muslims from what I was told, in revenge for the original attack. And those two people were in Akeke, from what I was told. And so they were killed before I arrived. So it's a false narrative to try to say, oh, because this person came that they went and did this. For 2 decades, have Christians not taken revenge after being attacked in Jos? This is nothing new. It's been happening for 20 years. Let me tell you this. The founder of the ministry that I work with in Jos, he was murdered by Muslims in front of the university. He was on the way back from a funeral because it was the middle of a crisis. He was cut into pieces. His body parts into pieces in the middle of a crisis. This was 7-8 years ago. I wasn't there. So it's a false narrative to try to say that, oh, because a white man came, all of a sudden people are killing people. For decades, people are killing people.
Alex, you said something earlier that Muslims are also being killed. You talked about Zamfara, Katsina State.
Absolutely.
So why continue pushing a narrative that appears to support what they call now the Christian genocide? The question is, why does it appear your activity in Plateau State and indeed Benue State is making an already bad situation worse?
I would first pose the question, what that has been done has made it worse?
Well, your comments and the rhetorics you're pushing, calling on the local population to defend themselves.
Yeah, so I don't really see which comment has been insightful. I have called that, one, the terrorism should end, that the government should be doing everything in their power to protect innocent people, Muslim and Christian alike. I've been very vocal about, obviously, the Christians who are being killed across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of states. But I've never rejected, and I've directly talked about the violence happening in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, and Kwara. I mean, the ones who were killed in the Woro massacre, which you're very aware about, were primarily Muslim people. There's still hundreds of people that are in captivity that were kidnapped, both in Kwara and then also, we saw recently with ISWAP and Boko Haram in Borno State, hundreds of people that are still in captivity. And so the things that I have said, I would say that I would ask people to show me and tell me specifically what rhetoric and what words are causing anything. Because for me, I've called that, yes, innocent people should be defending themselves. You know, in America, we can do this. You know, in America, you have more guns than you do people. And so, you know, this type of issue can't even really happen in America.
But
because
this is, if
I were to go to someone else's house, they would defend themselves. Yeah, no, it's 100% truth. Like I said, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. This can't be questioned. It's a fact. But there's two things that I want to really be clear about, okay? If you say that Christians are being killed and there may be a Christian genocide, that doesn't mean that Muslims are not being killed in Nigeria. And so I want to be very clear about that. What I am saying and what I have seen with my own eyes and what I've heard from Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria, there's two things. In Zamfara, in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, Sokoto, Muslims are being killed, Muslims are being kidnapped, thousands of villages have been burned. It's pure evil. Across the Middle Belt, specifically in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, the truth is that Christians are directly being targeted. That can't even be disputed. And the question that I would ask is, if this is not the case, how many Muslims and how many Fulani people have been killed? How many of their villages have been burned in these states? So again, I'm only referring to Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, those places. Fulani cattle herders are not killing their own people. They're not burning their own villages. They're going and targeting Christians in their villages. And so that is why we are saying, okay, in these states, Christians are being targeted. We're not saying Muslims are not being killed and Muslims are not suffering across Nigeria, because they are. That's the truth. It's a fact. And I've never said anything different than that.
All right, Alex, I would ask you now, it has been alleged that, you're serving the interest of foreign influences. How do you explain the allegations that, you were invited by a certain aide to the former governor of Benue State to push certain political agenda in Nigeria?
If I were to respond to every allegation, I would never move from a newsroom. The reality is that people will continue to allege anything they desire, anything they think. And what I would say is, if you want to allege something, then there needs to be evidence or proof of such. You can't just say that I'm going to allege that this person is this person is that, this person has done that, but I have no proof of that actually being done. So if someone wants to say, oh, this person is CIA, he's a foreign operative, foreign agent, what shows that I'm a foreign agent or a foreign operative?
Well,
is
Alex,
there any type of proof or evidence at all? And even more so, which CIA operative or foreign agent is in the public eye? I mean, everything about me is public. I don't try to hide anything. You can see my life, my history, where I played football, what state I'm from, where I do work, what countries I go to, what I've built. I'm very open. I have nothing to hide. So it's on the burden of the people to show proof, not for me to disprove false allegations with no proof.
All right, countries. Is this about a push for Nigeria's mineral resources, or it is truly about peace and finding lasting solutions to the conflict? And how exactly are you even working with government whose primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of lives and property?
Which minerals have I sought? I haven't done anything regarding any minerals. I've never made comments regarding minerals. I've never touched a mineral. I build churches, I build schools, I rebuild villages that have been burned. I stand for the oppressed. I stand for freedom. I stand for the innocent people to protect themselves from terrorists and people that would take their lives. I've never discussed minerals. I have no interest in minerals. I don't even know what minerals there are in Nigeria. I know there's tin because I saw tin miners mining in Barikin-Ladi. So I don't know where these allegations come from outside of people that simply are trying to slander, trying to spread misinformation and propaganda, to try to silence me, to discredit me, to try to shade over the work and the things that I am saying and what I am doing. But the reality is that truth is my greatest defense. Because truth cannot be argued. A fact cannot be argued. Allegations can be argued. And this is an allegation.
All right,
but when there's no proof and there's no facts, there's nothing for me to say. I can't disprove, but there's nothing to respond to.
All right, then. Alex, what next for you? You have left the country. You deny claims or allegations or claims that your visa was revoked, but now you have left Nigeria. You're in Florida. Are there plans to return to continue with your work?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually went to Kwara. I wasn't even supposed to be in Plateau during this mission. I went to Kwara to rebuild Woro. And when I got there, between the government, the governor, the chairman, military. They said that we're not allowed to rebuild Woro Village. They said there was a heightened security risk in that area. And so I had to reshape everything. I had to drive 20 hours through the night back to Plateau to figure out what I'm going to do and to reallocate those funds specifically for building in Barkin Ladi. And so I'm waiting to still go back to Kwara to build for Woro. I have money specifically for that in the account for rebuilding. And so we're currently drilling. We're rebuilding a village in Barkin Ladi. And so we even did some building in Kebi. And so, yes, I absolutely have plans to be coming back to continue that work. You know, that is what I do. And I'm waiting to go to Woro.
Alex, who is funding you? Who's funding your works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open about this. So in America, when it comes to nonprofits, the primary people that fund these types of organizations are, one, you have individual people that give to charity. That's how nonprofits are primarily funded. Two, you have churches that give, and then you have also organizations that give. And so you have three pools of people that if they believe in what you're doing, they believe in the work that you're doing and how it's being done or whatever it is, then they support you with funds. This is how it works in America and
what do they want
countries all around the world.
And what do they want in return?
There's nothing in return. You don't get anything. It's charitable. So you give without any type of expectation of being given anything back. So that's how it works for charities and nonprofit organizations, which Building Zion is a nonprofit organization.
Are you committed to seeing lasting peace or seeing the government, restore lasting peace to Nigeria and ensure that both Christians and Muslim population are protected?
The answer is yes, unequivocally. To me, it's actually a shame that I even need to speak regarding injustice in the killings. And I would actually completely agree with what you just talked about, that if there was justice, I wouldn't even need to say a word. I would prefer that I could come and build a school, build a church in peace, not have to say a word to anybody, not be in the public eye. That's how I began in Nigeria. But because of how much injustice I saw and how every time I come, I'm getting reports from all these pastors, everybody kill. I'm like, how can I be silent? And so when I see those things, I'm like, truth needs to be told, justice needs to be served, and we need to speak for the innocent, speak for the oppressed. And so I am on the side of peace. I wish there was peace. I wish Muslim and Christian alike that people did not have to be killed. Whether I disagree with your beliefs or not, that's okay. I'm not going to kill you because I disagree.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, rise, still rising,
holding on.
in the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make you head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see am. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one law for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No pressure, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your home? Biafra. Who be your home? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people people wey get the land go control am. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land, now our citizens go manage am. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No. La, 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 la. Yeah. Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no fit race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the big bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make it tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear. Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation, voice of Biafra. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you,
and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father, saying, there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up from the roots out of my land which I have given them, and this house which I have sanctified for my name will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among nations. And this house which is high shall be an astonishment to every one that passes by it, so that he shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land and to this house? And it shall be answered, because they forsook the Lord God of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshiped them and served them. Therefore has he brought all this evil upon them.
From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader of citizens, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No pressure, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your home? Biafra. Who be your home? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people will get the land, go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. no sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Turn them up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. Children wake up in a 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the big bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make it tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
Are you ready to be held accountable if indeed your comments, your actions and inactions are found to have incited people to violence?
Which laws have been broken, can I ask?
Well,
and even more so, which incitement to violence has been done? You know, I appreciate the prior remarks and context regarding different issues in Nigeria. I would say that it's despicable to try to compare me to anything in Rwanda. It truly is disgusting. When have I called to murder one person? I have never once called for anybody to be murdered. I have called for people to be protected.
Well,
that the government
Alex,
is not doing their job.
Alex, maybe not directly.
Slaughtered.
maybe not directly, maybe not directly calling for revenge attacks, but from what you're telling the people, they get more agitated, and this leads to
defend themselves
violence.
from
yes,
killing.
to defend themselves. But we have the government and security
Could you not
agencies.
protect your own daughter and son from being killed by terrorists? Is that wrong? Is that harmful rhetoric? To protect your families from terrorists? Because it's Christians that we're saying to protect themselves? Everybody should protect themselves. And anybody in their right mind, if they are being threatened, if their daughter, mother, father, anybody is being threatened to be killed, it is their right to protect themselves. If you cannot live in peace and you cannot protect yourself, what country is this? I mean, if you can't live, what is that? Anybody in their right mind would not want their families to be killed. And that's all I call for. If the government is failing to protect you, you should protect yourselves from people who would take your life. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing breaking a law about that. There's nothing evil in that. And from my understanding, even in Muslim and Christianity, you should protect yourself from threats. I'm not saying to go and take up arms and go murder the government. I've never called for that. I've never called for anybody to be murdered. I've never called to do anything regarding the government. I said, protect yourselves from people who would threaten your life.
Well,
and there's nothing wrong with that. No law has been broken.
There are also claims that there was a meeting you held with the local population, and after, talking to them, there was a reprisal, a revenge attack that also led to the death of two other people in Plateau State.
That was already done before I arrived. What I noticed was the burning in the fire, the people had taken revenge, and that fire was actually where the attack happened, which I found out after I had left Angwarukuba. So they had killed two people, innocent people that were Muslims from what I was told, in revenge for the original attack. And those two people were in Akeke, from what I was told. And so they were killed before I arrived. So it's a false narrative to try to say, oh, because this person came that they went and did this. For 2 decades, have Christians not taken revenge after being attacked in Jos? This is nothing new. It's been happening for 20 years. Let me tell you this. The founder of the ministry that I work with in Jos, he was murdered by Muslims in front of the university. He was on the way back from a funeral because it was the middle of a crisis. He was cut into pieces. His body parts into pieces in the middle of a crisis. This was 7, 8 years ago. I wasn't there. So it's a false narrative to try to say that, oh, because a white man came, all of a sudden people are killing people. For decades, people are killing people.
Alex, you said something earlier that Muslims are also being killed. You talked about Zamfara, Katsina State.
Absolutely.
So why continue pushing a narrative that appears to support what they call now the Christian genocide? The question is, why does it appear your activity in Plateau State and indeed Benue State is making an already bad situation worse?
I would first pose the question, what that has been done has made it worse?
Well, your comments and the rhetorics you're pushing, calling on the local population to defend themselves.
Yeah, so I don't really see which comment has been insightful. I have called that, one, the terrorism should end, that the government should be doing everything in their power to protect innocent people, Muslim and Christian alike. I've been very vocal about, obviously, the Christians who are being killed across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of states. But I've never rejected, and I've directly talked about the violence happening in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, and Kwara. I mean, the ones who were killed in the Woro massacre, which you're very aware about, were primarily Muslim people. There's still hundreds of people that are in captivity that were kidnapped, both in Kwara, and then also, we saw recently with ISWAP and Boko Haram in Borno State, hundreds of people that are still in captivity. And so the things that I have said, I would say that I would ask people to show me and tell me specifically what rhetoric and what words are causing anything. Because for me, I've called that, yes, innocent people should be defending themselves. In America, we can do this. In America, you have more guns than you do people. And so, this type of issue can't even really happen in America.
But
because
this is,
if I were to go to someone else's house, they would defend themselves. Yeah, no, it's 100% truth. Like I said, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. This can't be questioned. It's a fact. But there's two things that I want to really be clear about, okay? If you say that Christians are being killed and there may be a Christian genocide, that doesn't mean that Muslims are not being killed in Nigeria. And so I want to be very clear about that. What I am saying and what I have seen with my own eyes and what I've heard from Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria, there's two things. In Zamfara, in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, Sokoto, Muslims are being killed, Muslims are being kidnapped, thousands of villages have been burned. It's pure evil. Across the Middle Belt, specifically in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, the truth is that Christians are directly being targeted. That can't even be disputed. And the question that I would ask is, if this is not the case, how many Muslims and how many Fulani people have been killed? How many of their villages have been burned in these states? So again, I'm only referring to Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, those places. Fulani cattle herders are not killing their own people. They're not burning their own villages. They're going and targeting Christians in their villages. And so that is why we are saying, okay, in these states, Christians are being targeted. We're not saying Muslims are not being killed and Muslims are not suffering across Nigeria, because they are. That's the truth. It's a fact. And I've never said anything different than that.
All right, Alex, I would ask you now, it has been alleged that, you're serving the interest of foreign influences. How do you explain the allegations that, you were invited by a certain aide to the former governor of Benue State to push certain political agenda in Nigeria?
If I were to respond to every allegation, I would never move from a newsroom. The reality is that people will continue to allege anything they desire, anything they think. And what I would say is, if you want to allege something, then there needs to be evidence or proof of such. You can't just say that I'm going to allege that this person is this person is that, this person has done that, but I have no proof of that actually being done. So if someone wants to say, oh, this person is CIA, he's a foreign operative, foreign agent, what shows that I'm a foreign agent or a foreign operative?
Well,
is
Alex,
there any type of proof or evidence at all? And even more so, which CIA operative or foreign agent is in the public eye? I mean, everything about me is public. I don't try to hide anything. You can see my life, my history, where I played football, what state I'm from, where I do work, what countries I go to, what I've built. I'm very open. I have nothing to hide. So it's on the burden of the people to show proof, not for me to disprove false allegations with no proof.
All right, countries. Is this about a push for Nigeria's mineral resources, or it is truly about peace and finding lasting solutions to the conflict? And how exactly are you even working with government whose primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of lives and property?
Which minerals have I sought? I haven't done anything regarding any minerals. I've never made comments regarding minerals. I've never touched a mineral. I build churches, I build schools, I rebuild villages that have been burned. I stand for the oppressed. I stand for freedom. I stand for the innocent people to protect themselves from terrorists and people that would take their lives. I've never discussed minerals. I have no interest in minerals. I don't even know what minerals there are in Nigeria. I know there's tin because I saw tin miners mining in Barikin Ladi. So I don't know where these allegations come from outside of people that simply are trying to slander, trying to spread misinformation and propaganda, to try to silence me, to discredit me, to try to shade over the work and the things that I am saying and what I am doing. But the reality is that truth is my greatest defense, because truth cannot be argued. A fact cannot be argued. Allegations can be argued. And this is an allegation.
All right,
but when there's no proof and there's no facts, there's nothing for me to say. I can't disprove what there's nothing to respond to.
All right, then. Alex, what next for you? You have left the country. You deny claims or allegations or claims that your visa was revoked, but now you have left Nigeria. You're in Florida. Are there plans to return to continue with your work?
Absolutely, absolutely. I actually went to Kwara. I wasn't even supposed to be in Plateau during this mission. I went to Kwara to rebuild Woro, and when I got there, between the government, the governor, the chairman, military, they said that we're not allowed to rebuild Woro village. They said there was a heightened security risk in that area. And so I had to reshape everything. I had to drive 20 hours through the night back to Plateau to figure out what I'm going to do and to reallocate those funds specifically for building in Barikin Ladi. And so I'm waiting to still go back to Kwara to build for Woro. I have money specifically for that in the account for rebuilding. And so we're currently drilling. We're rebuilding a village in Barikin Ladi. And so we even did some building in Kebbi. And so, yes, I absolutely have plans to be coming back to continue that work. That Alex, is what I do. And I'm waiting to go to Woro.
Alex, who is funding you? Who's funding your works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open about this. So in America, when it comes to nonprofits, the primary people that fund these types of organizations are, one, you have individual people that give to charity. That's how nonprofits are primarily funded. Two, you have churches that give, and then you have also organizations that give. And so you have three pools of people that if they believe in what you're doing, they believe in the work that you're doing and how it's being done or whatever it is, then they support you with funds. This is how it works in America and
what do they want
countries all around the world.
And what do they want in return?
There's nothing in return. You don't get anything. It's charitable. So you give without any type of expectation of being given anything back. So that's how it works for charities and nonprofit organizations, which Building Zion is a nonprofit organization.
Are you committed to seeing lasting peace, or seeing the government, restore lasting peace to Nigeria and ensure that both Christians and Muslim population are protected?
The answer is yes, unequivocally. To me, it's actually a shame that I even need to speak regarding injustice in the killings. And I would actually completely agree with what you just talked about, that if there was justice, I wouldn't even need to say a word. I would prefer that I could come and build a school, build a church in peace, not have to say a word to anybody, not be in the public eye. That's how I began in Nigeria. But because of how much injustice I saw and how every time I come, I'm getting reports from all these pastors, everybody killed, kill. I'm like, how can I be silent? And so when I see those things, I'm like, truth needs to be told, justice needs to be served, and we need to speak for the innocent, speak for the oppressed. And so I am on the side of peace. I wish there was peace. I wish Muslim and Christian alike that people did not have to be killed. Whether I disagree with your beliefs or not, that's okay. I'm not going to kill you because I disagree.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life.
Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day.
Shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims. They're terrorizing Christians. And they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria, believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000, mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, and President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, religion is extremist religious ideology is of course a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 when 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the
in a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still they call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on
in the ashes. Shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still they call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken dreams erase, hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you prove
can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded heart? Nigeria, they bleed, people, they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide.
Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu Nkere, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you from here, and greetings, lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guests in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I've known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much, and I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student, and I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American diplomatic service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the deputy ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship. And because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know specific to Biafra that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investments. And the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile brigade heavily invest in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafran movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brigade in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for groups similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point, in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts. For example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, Southern Cameroons, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom, correct?
Absolutely. And again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has trans-action approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So, if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all three of those criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might retired, but you still ambassador, and we believe that U.S. government still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brigade, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block, or at least condition attached the U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the Christian population?
Yes, so let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. You know, we've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brigade has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army, be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. Because right now, I mean, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. Even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army, and I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, you know, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. While our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well. And, you know, he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal, but informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently, including some of your human rights champions, who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, you know, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well-devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one-party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But, you know, that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, you know, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just 1 or 2 of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government, as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor, because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors. And all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And, we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. We have already, pushed a lot in Washington, D.C. A lot have happened, a lot of education meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we traveled far and wide all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And
and can I just say one thing? One thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a
Nigeria, is built on 40 foundations. I think the best thing is ours to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that the US is, doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now. And I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on the journey. We have a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. Mm-hmm. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran civil war, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria had been marginalized, unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non-Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are. But putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in a heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. You just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the north, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in millions. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the north, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the north will live better on their own, the southwest will be better on their own, the north, southeast, which is Biafra, will be better on our own, and the Middle Belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara, so the southwest have minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just two more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard, because the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think, historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like, I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank
So
you very
much.
much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. For we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people. And these Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice because it's not going to work. And justice have to play its own role, its own part here, since we are not going to accept that Sharia law. And it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly, I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the North, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the North into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria, if they try to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations.
Yeah.
And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law, because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer. And when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find my question,
let me add something there. Let me add something, please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law, since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future or in the next 2-3 years, do you think Christians have a hope or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the
Oh,
Sharia
yeah,
law in the country?
absolutely. No, Christians absolutely have a hope because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians, and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yeah.
Christians in the middle belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
My message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I
show
want to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador, who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, what is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God bless you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful? Having somebody like Ambassador Tibunage, is that not wonderful? And on the 4th of May, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time, we'll be having a Marco Rubin on our show. So please tune in as well. And, Marco Rubin is someone who we're really familiar with. And, he advocates for freedom of religion. He also advocates for freedom for oppressed one. So it's somebody that you will want to hear from him. Before we conclude, Honorable Minister of Information, I think you can take it from here. We have few, still have very few time. Then Elias, I think Elias, you go first before Minister of Information. He's the information minister, so he can wrap it up, and he will be the one to say we should stay or continue, because we are here in his territory. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my honorable ministers. This was indeed a very historic and enlightening interview with Ambassador Tibor Naj, who's a very storied diplomat here in Washington, D.C., who's played a critical role on U.S. policy in Africa. This was indeed an extremely historic interview, and I'm very proud of both of you and appreciative to the ambassador for his generosity in participating in this program.
Thank you very much. Minister of Information.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my appreciation, because every day we are making it work and we are making it better. I want to appreciate Honorable Elias for your good work for Biafra, and also our Honorable PM for doing what God has ordained you to do, because the tempo is getting high. So if ambassadors of America are telling you that reintegrating a terrorist into your military formation is a no-no idea, then it means Nigeria got this recommendation from a madman. Because it's only when you have some kind of recommendation from a madman that you will be tilting your head downward, and that will land you in the lagoon. And Nigeria has landed in the lagoon because that is what we are seeing today. Their military formations are overrun on a daily basis. And there is no day you sleep and wake up without hearing that babies, women, and children have been slaughtered, communities invaded. And the worst has happened that field marshals, generals, and commanders of the Nigerian military formations are taken down daily by the notorious Boko Haram terrorists. The list goes on and on. But like we said, Biafrans have hope, because we have created the space for that. And Biafra Republic government in exile has done it. So I appreciate all Biafrans. Please key in to our next upcoming Politics Insight. It was good having our lobbies in the show, and having our PM, and having Ambassador Tibunaj. Thank you all from here. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora. Hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No pressure, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your home? Biafra. Who be your home? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken dreams erase. Hunger.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thanks for all you're doing. Thanks to North and South America. They won. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can spotlight myself here, but and Mazi's son is not here, so yeah, we're just going to be okay. Greetings to all the members of the cabinet here, reps, admin. You are all welcome. This journey that we have embarked on, not going back. A lot is happening, and it shows that we are getting close, very, very close to our destination. Yes. Rage and Fury just spoke not quite long ago. These people have done a lot of damage. It didn't start from them. It started from the top. Sometimes when you have a bad leadership, they can't put their house together. Even in a family circle, it's the same thing. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. But we have passed that stage. While some are looking for 10, 20, 50 men, we are more than millions. Biafrans are more than millions. We are not 1 million, not 2. And it's a journey that all of us, we have to embark on, one way or the other. Every Biafra will contribute. Please, if you're one of the heroes out there, if you are not be counted among the 20 or 30 men, believe in yourself. Believe in who you are. Believe in what you're doing, and trust no one. In God, we do what? We trust. Because we human beings are born to make mistakes because we are not perfect. That's one of the reasons why our Lord Jesus Christ came down here on earth, for us to be safe by believing in Him, walking daily to do the right thing, so that we can gain favor in the eyes of our God. And for those that think they know it all, without them, Biafra will not come. If you're one of those that are thinking without you, Biafra will not come, shame unto you. You will fail. Biafra is no one property. It belongs to Biafran people. And it's not a family business. So as far as I'm concerned, I am Maziogi Chunkiri. I've made mistakes I made in the past, calls on my boss. I don't worship no man. I just want Biafra to come. I try my best to do everything I can. I try. As a human being, I'm not perfect. I'm born to make mistakes as well. But my mistake will not be more than what I did right. Out of 10%, at least, I will try to get more than 5% correctly. If not 9.5, it will be 9. If not 9, I will go for 8, still okay. If not 8, I'll take 7. If not 7, we still have 6 waiting. If not 6, at least 5 we are doing. And what has it? It's heartbreaking. Today, if you're one of those that want to concur and buy that idea, go ahead. If you bring Biafra, glory be to God. If bring Biafra, glory be to God. At the end of the day, what we want is Biafra. I will fight the Biafra that I understand. I will fight with who I understand, not who I don't understand. And if we use the name, it's very painful and shameful. And we Biafrans, we are so emotional. It's time we outgrow that nonsense. We need to remember a lot of Biafrans have sacrificed. A lot of Biafrans have paid the price. I have not paid the price or sacrifice. Like Biafrans that have been massacred way before 1967 and from 1967 till date. If you want to say you are the champion of Biafra, without you, Biafra will not come. Or you have paid the price more than those that are starved to death, more than those that are being killed in the genocidal war. You and them, who is actually the hero, who have paid the price. I don't care where you are, whether you're in America like me, whether you are locked up by the enemies. Have you paid the price like Econsor? Have you paid the price like Gento the giant? Diara. You were in a from Kelly. Those children that were starved to death, crying for food, for water. Have you paid the price more than them? The Ocho. Biafrans that have been arrested that no one even know where they are. As I'm speaking, there is some Biafrans in Nigerian prison today. Their family members don't even know where they are. Nobody has visited them. Maybe for the past 10, 15 years, we don't know whether they are alive or not. And with who that probably receive visitors more than 10, 20, 15, 50 every day, like a celebrity. Who is paying the price more? Time to worship human being is over. This fight, we must fight it with honesty, with truth. And we must respect each other. That I have done more than what our hero before us have done, or I have sacrificed more than those before us. All I can say, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. I cannot tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Story. Without me, Biafra will still come. Without me, Biafra will still come. If I see anyone doing what I'm doing today more than me, I will support that person. All we want is Biafra. Even what we are doing today is not easy. Throughout last week, sometimes I didn't even sleep 2, 3, 4 hours. From meeting to meeting, we even flew out of town to Florida, Mar-a-Lago, to meet some important people that matters. I think there's this short clip of video I did from Palm Beach, like 3, 4 minutes. I was in Florida. I did not go for my own personal business, rather for Biafra assignment. In a few days, we will tweet about our meeting, the ones that would be in public. But I'm not going to tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Even without you, Biafra will still come. All what you and I will do is to contribute, do our best. Please keep fighting. Keep doing your best. Biafra is here. I know what I'm saying. And it's very close. It's very close. And if you stay one of those on the fence, give me 1 second. If you still one of those doubting what we are doing, okay, make it from 9. Please don't be like Thomas, please. Our freedom is near and close than never, never before. All the saboteurs that have been fighting us from starting since last year, today their camp is in disarray. They are nowhere to be found, no result. Ask them, what have they achieved? for over a year plus now. What have they achieved? The Biafra Republic government in exile, under my leadership with the cabinet, we can go on and count our achievement. That gives me joy. That makes me feel relief. Make me happy, knowing that our freedom is near. This battle that they've been battling against Biafra Republic government in exile will not work. Even within, they have tried to see if they can stop this government. How will you stop a winning team? How will you change players that are giving you results? Brigade report card is something that we all should be proud of. You cannot fight from exile without forming a government. In freedom fighting, you cannot fight from the same country that you're trying to liberate yourself from. They will lock you up. Even if Nigerian terrorist state can go to the extent of going to Kenya to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What about if I'm even fighting from Lagos? What do you think will happen? Do you think they won't come to Lagos to see how they can kidnap me as well? It don't matter where you are, even in Biafra land, they will do everything to make sure they get you. For that reason, that is why we have formed Biafra Republic government in exile. Biafra Republic government in exile is here to stay. Can never be destroyed. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once said, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu don't bring Biafra, the Biafra Republic government in exile will bring Biafra. So he understands that. I don't believe in that talk, they talk from the back. You need to come forward and join the government he belongs. If you want to continue with IPOB, we wish him good luck. He understands what Biafra Republic government in exile stands for. Even the lawyer, one of them once confessed and told me that we are too much. That brigade is giving Nigeria the heat. After these people knowing all this, why are they fighting brigade? Why are they fighting brigade? We have done what IPOB as organization have not done. And we, in Biafra Republic government in exile, we are also indigenous people of Biafra. But we cannot achieve our freedom with mere organization. the world will not listen to you. They will listen to you, government to government. At the hearing 4 days ago, one of the speakers, I'm not actually all the speakers, we met over 90% of them. Yes, with the ones with the big name, all of them. One of the speakers, I actually have meeting with him a couple days before that hearing. I did not even expect him the way he addressed me. Throughout, he addressed me as Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Because he understands the value and he understands what Biafra Republic government in Asia stands for. Some of you, when he tweets, everyone rejoices. I'm not calling his name. Yes. Few days before that hearing, we have a meeting. We talk. Yeah. And we didn't make it public either. No, that's just what it is. He did not address me by calling my name. All throughout is Prime Minister, Prime Minister. And there is somebody who worked for US government and a top government official at the time. And US government listened to him. He called me Prime Minister. Throughout! Can you Prime Minister under IPOB? No, because the structure is not structured as a government. It's not structured as a liberation movement. It can be an organization. It can be affiliated with brigade. Why are they fighting brigade? Are we too much? Are we doing what they haven't done before? Or is it because we are not career agitators? Or is it because we are pure? Or is it because we don't pay anyone salary? We are all volunteer. Not like the one IPOB used to pay some people 4,000. They even buy house for some people, pay some people mortgage. I don't know. Like our senior citizens, like Bishop Comfort, Honorable Bishop Comfort, our mommy Jane. Maybe after they, we know at their age they already retire. When they contribute the little money they have, the same money they contribute, they will use the money and pay some people's salary. They will still use the money and train somebody like Uche Mefo in school and train Darlington. They will go, a guy named Mayor. We have 5 birthdays. In Brigade, we don't pay anyone. We are volunteer soldiers. Few days ago, this meeting I'm talking about, actually, I thought about it for some time. I'm like, if this high-level person is calling Matthew Gechukunkere, Prime Minister, Prime Minister, he understands what we are doing. He believes in us. He believes in you, genuine, that is listening to me. Don't let no one deceive you. No one is your master except our Lord Jesus Christ. We are all servants of Biafran people. This name, Prime Minister, is to identify the role I'm playing in the government. If not, I don't even want the name. But that is only how they can identify you, know what you stand for, your role in the government. Things will change. If you're not comfortable with Briggy this time, you might go and join the 1 million men. We can't have Briggy and we are preaching of 100 men. That means you in Briggy, you don't belong. All your sacrifice in vain. Everything you work for. Agụnyekwa gị. Ajụrụ gị ajụ. Onye jụrụ gị ga-ajụ onwe gị. I'll say it go. Those under IPOB, you can follow IPOB and go IPOB. But me, Mazio Gechukunkere, as indigenous person, I'm already IPOB. Inborn IPOB and imbued one for that matter. I believe you are. Yes. But if whether we can have it as organization, yes. They can agitate under the government. Then whoever want to join the government, our door is open. Come in peace. Come and support genuinely. Because the government is your government. It's our government. It's government of the people, by the people. Now I see the reason why for almost 20 years we did not move anywhere. The blue flag in it disturb embassy everywhere. It's no protests. All these protests with drum, music, some even take a walk with them. Some turn it to dating event. We have passed that stage. We have passed that stage. We cannot depend and wait for anyone until they are free before we move on. If we wait, Nigeria terrorists will kill us all. We'll be moving, fighting, and fight for them to be out. And when they are out, they will join us in good faith. I'm disappointed in some of our so-called leaders. Disappointed. After everything, no retreat, no surrender. This journey that I, Mazio Gechukunkere, have embarked on. Honorable Minister of Information, I will give you permission just to put this picture on the screen if you're here. But let me, I don't really want to do this yet, but just to open Pandora box of one event showing. Minister of Information, are you here? Mazi Sonny here.
So I don't think he's available.
All right, that's fine. Okay, maybe when he joins. Our freedom. Do we remember when we all say our freedom is in our hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we saying our freedom is in Mazio Gechukunkere hand? Huh?
No, sir. Sir, no, sir.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazio Sonny hand?
No, sir.
No.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Simon Abraham?
No, sir. No, sir.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
No, sir.
I
Definitely
hope
not.
you learn something from this. Our freedom is in our hand. It's not in anybody's hand. Mandate here without them, Biafra will not come. Zebudaya said, fa, what?
Foul.
Romero. We are going to reset everything and fix it. Just a few days ago, something happened, it broke my heart. I'm surprised that a particular country, I know if I don't mention the name of the country, some of us will already be guessing. But I will just narrow it. I'm surprised that a particular country, our contacts, we're building our lives, so you guys don't know what's going on. Saying that they are waiting. No, there's a park. They say, no, they are very loud, well respected in the state here. They say they are waiting for a signal from the top. And while they are waiting, they want to know how serious me and you are. They want to know what's going on. That means since 20 years, our Buru flag, we disturb every embassy with the crowd. Sometimes we even carry a biggest flag that is up to 50 feet, both height, weight, tall, whatever. Disturbing other people's peace. This country did not know what's going on, because we are just making noise. I was shocked. Since then, I start to make a U-turn and rethink. I say, no wonder. No wonder. Countries that matters, that are supposed to be talking about Biafra, you don't hear them really discuss it. Because we have not really do what we're supposed to do. Because we have not really been organized. Because we failed in leadership. Not know how freedom fighting work. Do you all know about the Crown Prince of Iran? I think his name is Pahlavi. Do you all know about him? The Crown Prince of Iran.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, his name is Reza.
Reza, yeah.
Yeah, Pahlavi, yeah. Do you all know that the Crown Prince of Iran is already talking about government in exile and transition? We did not start government in exile, not bring it started. Go and Google and do research about government in exile. You must have a government in exile, form a government, transition to the homeland. Do you think the Crown Prince of Iran and the people can form a government in Iran now while they are fighting the Iranian regime?
Impossible.
Do you think it's possible? I'm asking, do you think it's possible? It's not.
It's not, sir.
They will form a government in exile. And the Crown Prince actually tweeted, I wish I can read it out. He actually tweeted his support and in being part of the government in exile. They're putting up a transition government because the Iranian terrorist regime must go down. Where is some then fighting Biafra Republic government in exile instead of supporting it? We have had a lot that have come and planned to destroy this government. I told them, that this break can jiaka. Ang jiaka mti de make okro. This breaking that I'm part and parcel, just like you. I told them they cannot destroy it. I don't care. I got one here. More. Before you can destroy Briggy, you must take me down first. I will stay at the gate. The gate man. That is why when the coup plotters, coup 2025 coup, when they are plotting the coup, I look from my mirror, I smile. I watch their plan. Why they are doing a program that they don't supposed to go out publicly and be talking about the foundation of the government, which is against our charter, our bylaw and everything. They already violated. I already know where these people are going. And I knew if they succeed by taking me out, they will destroy everything. And I know how I work hard to make sure that Briggy stand, even when Mazi Simon is here. My contribution, my hard working, your hard working can never go in vain. While they are plotting their coup, we are doing some finishing touches. I know till today, they are still going crazy how they disappear from Briggy. I will remove them. Before they will come and remove me to remove you. Because I knew if these people succeed, they are not capable. They cannot handle it. And every meeting they have in the secret, I have it. I know what they are up to. I know where they are going. Where they are going is to destroy Briggy. That means everything me and you work for. All I need. Child, look at today. After they form this, their parallel government, a shadow one for that matter. How far? Less than 1 year. They have splitted to either 2 or 3 groups again among them. How far? Where are they now? I don't even know whether they exist. I know they are watching this program. Ask them, can they come and smile like Maz Yogejigu Gere smiling? Can they? When is the last time you see a Mama Mugu smile, even come out like this? Whether he exists, nobody knows. Or is it Chioma, the husband, those educated fool? Oh man, today is a good time of meeting. You know, last week and last 2 weeks been very stressful, but at least we achieved a lot. And I'm happy to be here with you. And also, last week I can't laugh like this because I'm really stressed out. There's one time I even get home like 4 a.m. or whatever. I tried the next day again. So yes, I'm a little bit more relieved, getting myself back together. But the good thing is that we are moving forward. Every day, a lot is happening. A lot of evil people are being exposed, just like this lawyer of IPOB, because it's not lawyer of Biafra. All these Achikate one lawyer of IPOB. These guys, they're not even ashamed of themselves. They said their master Onyendu is in high spirits. That Onyendu is fine in Sokoto. Why can't Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be in high spirit in Afaruku Ibeku? Why can't he be fine and okay in Afaruku Ibeku?
or even in Imo State, or any part of Biafra land, why must it be Sokoto? Caliphate headquarters of this terrorist state of Nigeria. Why can't Onyendu, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, that they call Onyendu and they believe in him? Why can't he be in high spirit in his compound? And these useless, shameless lawyers say he's okay. He's happy. People are trooping in. These people say they are lawyers. I wish I can disbar them, take all their certificate or whatever, qualify them to practice law. Then that hi, you're telling me that your client, who is not free, who can't come out of that prison yard and walk freely, these evil lawyers say Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is happy being in Sokoto. He's happy where he is. Now people are trooping in because he's a celebrity there.
Right.
He now turned to a blockbuster or a museum where people can go and pay or visit him, touch him. Oh, yes, shameful. This lawyer, instead of them doing their job, they're after 100 men. Every 2-3 weeks, they want Biafrans to contribute money. Give them. They will fly to Sokoto. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu lawyers are scammers. They are criminals. They jail him. From our lawyer Jimako to all of them. They are evil people. They are evil. I know them. I have interacted with them. I speak to them hours. They are not serious. Apart from Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, they don't have any other client. Go and ask Nemeka, when is the last time he defended anybody in court of law? Money Biafrans contribute. He will collect money from Briggy, collect from Avi, collect from Ambassador Group, collect from Sunrise Group, scam everybody, say, I'm going to see Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Nah, they are their name. Maybe Briggy bring 200. Avis will bring 200. Ambassador will bring 200. Sunrise will bring 200. How much is that? Go here, go there, go there, go here. Due. All these evil people, Biafra will deal with them. One way or the other. Kwarija. And they forget that I am in Washington. Washington is me and I'm Washington. Hey, William, I'm here. They will all come and meet me here. But any of these people that come to destroy what we are doing, we'll go after that person. Yes. There is some serious question that we Biafrans need to ask. And if you're one of those want to join the 100 men or thinking about 100 men, disease from it, the same people you are going to join, they're the one that need to come and join Briggy, because Briggy is the genuine government. Briggy is the real deal. We from this government have not go and advocate how to lock them up. But remember, Mazi Simon Ekwa, the same IPOB 100 men, they are the one that went to Finland. Testify! against him. They are not passing me well. I will scatter these people. The 100 men of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they lock Simon up. Please, somebody should go and ask Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, did you know about why Simon is arrested? Is he in support of Finland and Nigerian government that colluded to lock Simon up? Kanunta is one of the 100 men. Do you all saw his tweet a few days ago? Talking about 100 men is giving some people nightmare. And look at this man, see, the sub. Kanunta is part and parcel of those that locked Simon up. They all sent people to Finland to testify. And some fool are still following the 100 men. And who is the champion and the head of the 100 men? Avis that are not fighting for Biafra is part of the 100 men. Those that wrote petition to EU to lock Briggy members and also Mazi Simon Ekpa up are part of the 100 men. That means they are our enemy. Either you're with us or you're not with us. And if you, the head of the 100 men, you are our enemy. We need to set the record straight. Mazi Ogechukwunkere will not worship anyone. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Simon Ekpa. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. By the way, this struggle, I'm not the one who started it. Biafran started it way before now. Our leader Ojukwu and Philip Efio, we understand the role they play. Fast forward to Asari Dokumbo and Owazurike. I can't come now and claim without me. I can't come and claim without me that opened the eyes of Biafra for them to fight for their freedom. When you wake up, it's your money. Whenever you join, you start from there. We'll be asking questions in a few days. And please, those that are listening, it's time that we need to outgrow this emotion. Nigerian government, they are using that against us, being so emotional. We need to ask the 100 men question. Why do they betray Biafra? Why do they send petition to EU? Why do they go and testify against Mazi Simon Ekpa? Is that the 100 men that will work for your freedom and my freedom? So who is fooling who? Emarasu Eswaniwe. Emarasu Esubirapata. This journey just began. Game on. If you're Maradona, you know how to fool us, you can't fool us forever. Either you with us or a parking. If we talk about those that have really sacrificed, we talk about the millions of Biafrans that are starved to death, killed, Not even me and you that are free, walking freely. Not me and you like me that travel to Florida last week. I go to Washington every other minute. There is those that have really paid the price. That is why we celebrate May 30th. Some want to prove like they have done more than everybody else. Like I said earlier, we have thousands of Biafrans that are locked up in Nigerian dungeon. Their family member, Biafrans don't even know where they are. Some of them hardly eat 1 square meal. Some of them have not even have a visitor for years. Some sing from morning to night, praying. When will their salvation come? Compare Biafrans like that with Biafra that is locked up and people are trooping in hundreds with gift, with word of encouragement. Which one have sacrificed more? Just meperunuazu. I will open a Pandora box for everyone. So you use your tongue to count your teeth. Maybe that will open your eyes to start supporting, to start asking questions, to be more serious. For you to know that we are moving on. We are serious now more than before. I'm not kissing anyone else anymore. It's enough is enough. We have given everyone a chance to do what is right. Our freedom is here. Please, if you really want to know whether we are doing it right, check our report card. Ask those, your 100 men and those you are following for the past year, what have they done? When I go to the Hill, Washington, D.C., I keep seeing familiar faces, people we have met with. We are now more familiar. We are like friends. We are building bridges. Whenever they see me, they see you. Whenever they see me, they know what I stand for, Biafra. They know Biafra is in the Hill. Thank you very much. God bless you. Don't be follow. Don't let anyone deceive you. Remember, fella say, zombie is zombie. When you ask zombie move, zombie will move. When you ask zombie sit down, zombie will sit down. Don't be a zombie. You know what is right. Support your freedom. Fund this movement. A lot is happening. How I wish I can say everything on air. If I do, our allies will just say, Haga boss, they will say this have no secret. Thank you from here. They will.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still they call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who goes stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation, voice of Biafra, Afro Biafra.
From the land of the rising sun, from the land of courage,
every city, from homeland to diaspora. Hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see am. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light.
Biafra go be one beautiful nation.
Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader of citizens, no different, justice go speak with confidence.
No pressure,
no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra.
Who be your home?
Biafra.
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
One man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for
Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra.
our home.
Our country,
Our future.
our future. Biafra now our only hope. No. La, 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 la. Yeah. Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk?
The voice of Biafra.
We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no fit race. From From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and done. Signal down strong, you don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no 50 race. From village.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way.